Now, we need quality investment, not just portfolio investors. And I believe here this morning are quality people, quality organizations that are here for real business. I'd like to first recognize this morning the presence of the President and Chairman of Council, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Please put your hands together for Mr. Gabriel Idausa, FCA. Thank you so much. Mr. President was here all throughout yesterday. I think he left here about 5 p.m. or so. He was here all through. Once again, put your hands together for Mr. President. All right. We'll also have with us this morning the Deputy President of the Chamber, Engineer Leye Kupoluyi. Let's put hands together for the Deputy President. Thank you, sir. With us this morning also is the Vice President here at the Chamber and Chair of Trade Promotion Board. Put your hands together for Prince Abimbola Olashore, FCA. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for showing up. We are also with us this morning, my direct boss, the Director General of the Chamber, Dr. Chinyere Peace Amuna, FCA. Thank you. Thank you. Permit me to bring the President up for his welcome address. I will do other dignitaries that are here. I will recognize your presence once the President gives his address. I need to quickly compile my list so that I can properly recognize you. Put your hands together for the President of the Chamber, Mr. Gabriel Idausa, for his welcome address. This is day 2 of the Invest Nigeria program. Please, let's clap for my President until he comes to the rostrum, please. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellencies, head of missions from various countries who are here, consuls general from various countries, the heads of various regulatory agencies who are here, for whom today is your day, members of the chamber themselves, I welcome you to this second day. I'm pleased to welcome you again as we commence the second day of this event, which has been proudly themed Invest Nigeria 2025. Yesterday, we began a journey of discovery, dialogue, and connection. Today, we continue with renewed vigor, focus, and optimism that the issues that challenge investment in Nigeria can be not only overcome, but converted into incentives. And that is very important for all the foreign missions and business executives that are here. How we address issues that impede foreign investment and turn them instead to become incentives. And we begin to get the much needed foreign direct investments. Today, the energy and insights that were witnessed in the one will continue. We had bold commitments from government officials who were here yesterday. We had 2 ministers here yesterday. Frank conversations on Nigeria's evolving investment landscape, and passionate presentations from entrepreneurs who show their experiences in doing business in Nigeria. And those entrepreneurs represent the very spirit of our nation's innovation. Our exhibition halls came alive yesterday with creativity, enterprise, and ingenuity, showcasing Nigeria as a land of potential and remarkable opportunity. The deal rooms have started, and a lot of negotiations did in fact take place yesterday in the afternoon that we are aware of. And we hope that the partnerships that were discussed yesterday are going to be converted into significant deals. Today, we stand at the midpoint of this remarkable gathering. And the task is very straightforward: to move from inspiration to implementation, from conversations to commitments, and from opportunities to outcomes. The two is when we sharpen focus, deepen engagements, and crystallize the business alliances and policy frameworks that will define the years ahead. The frameworks are there already, but the government agencies are here to address them and try to make meaning out of how these frameworks, the policy frameworks, can become really effective. So the business community is here to engage the regulators, to let them understand our issues as business people and see how they can be addressed. Today's session will take us further into the strategic sectors driving Nigeria's economic transformation. We will explore how to scale investments in renewable energy, digital technology, agriculture, infrastructure, and manufacturing. We will examine Nigeria's role in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and what it truly means for investors to leverage Nigeria as a gateway into the African markets. We will also deliberate on financing models, regulatory innovations, and cross-border partnerships that can ensure that investments are not only profitable, but sustainable. As we proceed, I urge us all to approach the discussions boldly, clearly, and frankly. Let us speak honestly about the gaps that do exist and how they can be filled, whether in infrastructure, financing, security, governance, while celebrating progress already achieved. Nigeria does not deny its challenges. They exist. Nor does it hide its strengths. They also exist. Our resilience, our demographics, our natural wealth, and above all, the determination of our people remain unmatched assets. These are not just statistics, but the building blocks of a thriving investment destination already that is doing a lot of work to make it even more attractive as an investment destination. To our potential foreign investors here today, I encourage you to use this second day to go deeper. Visit the exhibition booths, engage the young innovators, explore new ideas in the deal rooms, and ask the hard questions. That, I think, is the most important part of today. Let us ask the hard questions. The government agencies are here not just to listen, but to work with us to find solutions. Nigeria's investment story is one of both challenges and triumphs, and a willingness to engage deeply will yield clarity and confidence. To our local businesses and entrepreneurs, this is your moment to showcase your ambition and your readiness to scale, to partner and expand beyond borders. The world is watching and opportunities abound to connect with capital, a lot of capital that is looking at Nigeria and trying to see if there is any investment opportunity that is worth their risk. Also to connect with expertise, because Nigeria still needs a lot of technology and skill that is outside the country, and markets, starting with the Nigerian market, and why not the rest of the world. As we gather here, let us also remember that investment is not just about returns to shareholders, but also about impacts. It's about creating jobs for our young people, strengthening value chains, and empowering women and small businesses, driving technological innovation, and contributing to inclusive, sustainable growth. When you invest in Nigeria, you are not just tapping into a market. You are helping to shape the future of Africa. Therefore, our conversations yesterday lit a flame of optimism, but today we must fan that flame into a steady fire of commitment. I encourage every delegate, every investor, and policymaker here to leave this conference inspired and determined to take action that will move us closer to that very high aspiration of one of the top investment destinations in Nigeria. Let us go beyond ideas and begin to build tangible projects, enduring collaborations, and bold investments that will resonate long after this conference. As in every year we had had this conference, a couple of businesses have been established, partnerships have been created. On behalf of the Chamber, I thank you again for your presence, engagement, and commitment to this journey. Together, let us ensure that Invest Nigeria 2025 becomes a defining milestone in a shared quest to transform potential into prosperity. I thank you for your attention.
Once again, please let's put hands together for the President and Chairman of Council, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I must confess that welcome remarks is very apt on this second day of this event. Let me quickly recognize the presence of some of our diplomats here present this morning before we delve into what is the business of today fully. With us, we have His Excellency, the Ambassador of Ethiopia to Nigeria, Ambassador Legis Gremo Hill. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. He will be having a session with us much later. Thank you so much, sir, for showing up today. We also have with us this morning the Deputy Head of Mission of Germany to Nigeria, His Excellency Johannes Lee. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for showing up this morning. Deputy High Commissioner of India here with us also, Mrs. Vatika Rawat. Put your hands together for her. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. She's a very known face with us here at the Chamber. I can remember very well. Thank you. The Consul General of India also with us, my brother and friend. We have suddenly become friends here because of what we do here at the Chamber. Put your hands together for him, Chandramoli. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We saw much earlier in the day. We also have with us the Second Secretary of High Commission of India in Nigeria, Shirin. Put your hands together for him. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Last but not least, we have with us also the Italian Trade Agency here present, Maureen Ferry. He is a director, he's a trade missioner of Italy. We're also told that he's a director of trade promotion, section of the Italian Embassy, currently located in the Italian consulate here in Lagos, right? Thank you. Thank you for showing up. We also have with us this morning the representative of the Director General of SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, Mrs. Ayebulem Justina. Put your hands together for her. Thank you, ma'am. We'll be having a session with them much later in the day where we have the regulators telling us what we should know about their agencies. We also have with us this morning representing the Director General of NAFDAC, Mrs. Sanwo-Olu Oluwaseyi. She is a deputy director export. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Beautiful people that are here this morning. All right, we want to go to what is next, which is the country-to-country business session here. At this point, we will be having some of these countries come to tell us how Nigeria and their various countries can actually relate in terms of business to business. First, we will have the Nigeria-India business session. Madam Tokwe. So I'm told that we should have the Ferry as one of them that will come up to talk about that session. Moro Ferry, please let's put that together for him as he comes up for the session. Yes. Esther. Esther. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, that's why you have too many papers on your table sometimes. All right, so for the Nigerian business India session, we have with us two of them actually. We have Mrs. Vatika Rawat. Put your hands together for her. Please step up for this stage. Then our brother, Chandramoli. Yes, I told you he's my friend. The last time we met, he was trying to teach me the, the language, but I didn't get it. Please put your hands together for both of them for this session. Okay, the last person, Mr. Sheena, right? Yes, please put your hands together for him. He's the second secretary, I'm told. Yes, please come up. Thank you. Do we have the microphones very close to them? Okay, I have this. Let me get some other one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's fine. That's fine. From there, yes. Let's go to it.
Namaste. Good morning. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a privilege, and I'm extremely happy to be here today at the business conference and expo that the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry is hosting very, very successfully. It's an honor indeed to be addressing this eminent gathering of policymakers, investors, and business heads who have, in fact, seen so many changes, alignments, and realignments taking place in the trade landscape all around the world today. Your presence is evidence enough that you all give importance and significance to the bilateral relations between India and Nigeria. So I'm very happy to be here, and let me present before you an overview of India-Nigeria relations and how our two countries have come so far here and how we are proposing to take this relationship forward. Let me start by giving a sneak peek, a snapshot of our own growth story, the growth story of India. Ladies and gentlemen, we celebrated the 79th anniversary of our independence on 15th August 2025. After gaining independence in 1947, India has come a long way. The ride to the present has not been easy for us. It needed concerted efforts, consistent policies, planning over the decades to improve the living conditions of our citizens and to carve out a place for India amongst the Comity of Nations. The initial decades after independence were difficult. With a depleted economy, we faced a lot of problems. By the time the era of globalization started, the reform process in India had also begun, thereby fast-tracking many of the growth parameters and propelling India into fast-developing economy and a country with growing aspirations and growing capabilities. We formulated policies in developing our manufacturing sector in the country. We invested in technology. We invested in traditional fields like agriculture, textiles, and health. And we also invested in our people for capacity building and skill development. From 33 million at the time of independence, we are now a country of over 1.4 billion. And we look at it as a strength. From an importer of food items, we have now become self-sufficient. We are a food secure nation and a net exporter of food products. Compared to the time India gained its independence, the economic indices show that the total food production has risen by over 550%. The rate of poverty has fallen to 11.28% from 70% at independence, despite increasing population, which increased over 4 times in these past several decades. From the GDP of $81 billion, India has risen to a GDP in 2025 of $4.19 trillion, making India the 4th largest economy in the world today. In 1991, we embarked on the journey on the path of reforms in opening up our economy and to align ourselves with the globalization process. This led to a 10-fold increase in GDP, a growth of economy at an average of 8%, and a forex reserve of $638 billion, which is the 5th largest in the world. Since the 1991 liberalization, FDI, foreign direct investment, has become the buzzword of India's economic success story. Since April 2000, India has received an impressive $1 trillion in FDI. Computer software and hardware have become the top recipient sector for FDI equity inflow with a share of around 25%, which indicates that India figures prominently for the investors as the AI-driven Industrial Revolution 4.0 moves to a higher orbit. India also boasts of a fast growth in billionaire unicorns globally. As a result of the initiatives of our government, hundreds of archaic laws have been dispensed with. India's global ranking for doing of business with India has moved up significantly, even as we feel that more needs to be done and more can be done. Likewise, for the first time, Indian exports of goods and services have touched $824 billion in 2024. The length and breadth of India, dear friends, is interconnected with 70,000 kilometers of railway lines and 6.67 million kilometers of road network today. India is adding 34 kilometers of new highways every day as we speak. Indian Railways, which carries over 30 million passengers each day. These are some of the numbers which I'm trying to showcase here. Our investment in the infrastructure, which is the backbone of a surging economy. Most of the cities have introduced metro services, and the daily ridership of Delhi Metro itself has peaked to around 8 million in a day. The aviation sector has seen rapid growth. Air India, Indigo, these are 2 prominent airlines in India, have jointly placed orders for over thousands of aircrafts. Ladies and gentlemen, India focused on developing the critical fundamental sectors, the science sectors, the sectors of digital economy and technology. It has carved out a space for itself through indigenous development of nuclear technology and space technology. Currently, we have an installed capacity of 8.1 gigawatts of nuclear energy. In space sector, with the indigenously developed technologies of cryogenic engines and launch vehicles, India entered this domain credibly and has sent its probe to Moon and to the Mars. We have also achieved success in commercial launch of satellites. The strength of Indian technology lies in frugal engineering, as we say. The cost effectiveness of Indian technology has been one of its most attractive areas. We do a lot with less resources as against our competitors and comparable peers. To give an example, the cost of the Mangalyaan mission or the Mars mission of India costed us around $74 million, whereas a Hollywood movie, Gravity, very popular, high grossing movie, Gravity, was made with a budget of $100 million. So there goes frugal engineering for you. India has the largest young aspirational population and the fastest growing market economy. An estimated 30% of the population constitutes middle class. Nearly 65% of our population are aged 35 years or below. This demography provides us with both an opportunity and a challenge. Opportunity in that there is a large, young, trained workforce available for employment and to participate in the economic and development story of our country. Also, there are challenges because the government has to constantly cater to the aspirations and requirements of this energetic group. India, on its path of development, has not only focused on itself, but has also opened its growth story for global good and extended assistance to her neighbors, to our friends across the globe. Our foreign policy prerogatives can be summarized in the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It's a Sanskrit word, which means the whole world is a family. India has not only stood and helped in the emancipation of large number of the then colonized countries, but also created a third way with a more equitable force in the form of non-aligned movement to serve national interests and cause of peace and development, especially for the developing and underdeveloped world. It has become a champion for the rights of oppressed people at the international fora while discharging obligations as a responsible international actor and a voice of reason. Ladies and gentlemen, India's foreign policy is driven by strategic autonomy to serve our own national interests, guided by our national priorities, which are aligned with the global welfare and has emerged as a voice of reason. India continues to play the global leadership role for developing countries and for South-South cooperation. India is also at the forefront of fight against climate change. The International Solar Alliance, Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and One Planet, One Health are the initiatives which India has launched with and for the global community as we have emerged as the first responder, a trusted partner in the crisis situations from natural disasters to the pandemic. With a clear focus on multilateralism and primacy of the UN Charter, we navigate our foreign and security policy with dignity, with confidence, and we're engaging with diverse partners across various groupings. India's Neighborhood First, Act East, Link West, and Africa for Africans policies provide effective fulcrum for mutually beneficial partnerships. Dear friends, India and Nigeria are strategic partners. Our relationship is very significant in our mutual growth and prosperity and to take forward the South-South cooperation. Our journey with Nigeria started in 1958 when India established its representative office in Lagos 2 years before Nigeria attained independence. In 1962, our first Prime Minister visited Nigeria. It was a historic visit which paved way for the intensification of this relationship. India assisted in the establishment of the Nigerian Defense Academy in Kaduna, the Naval War College at Port Harcourt, which was an immediate outcome of this camaraderie. We also had cooperation in the field of education, which was consolidated through deployment of Indian teachers to schools and colleges in Nigeria. The leadership in India and Nigeria has since been interacting. We are very close. Most recently, you must have seen this and you must be knowing, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, visited Nigeria on a state visit in November 2024. And prior to this, President Tinubu had come to India to attend the G20 summit, and India had specially invited Nigeria. Education, capacity building are another important focus areas of our relationship, ladies and gentlemen. The importance of human resources in our relationship cannot be overstated. We are committed to enhancing capacity building, skill development among Nigerian youth. In this context, I would like to mention that India had announced 50,000 scholarships to Africa during India-Africa Forum Summit, the third edition, which took place in 2015, and out of which more than 32,000 scholarships have already been utilized. And the most number of scholarships have been utilized by Nigeria. It is a matter of great pride for us that several high-ranking leaders, ministers, politicians, and officials, bureaucrats that I often come across and meet from Nigeria have studied in Indian universities and other institutions or have been taught by Indian teachers. Apart from these, a large number of officials from Nigeria have also benefited and trained under the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program. It's a Government of India's flagship program, which is running for a couple of years now, under which India provides to Nigeria. 50 slots are provided on the defense side. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's come to the trade and investment part. India figures amongst the top 5 trading partners of Nigeria. The bilateral trade peaked at US $14.95 billion in 2021-2022. And I'm sure we have much more potential which we can harness to go forward. More than 200 companies are currently operating in Nigeria in diverse fields: pharmaceutical, engineering goods, electrical machinery, equipment, plastics, chemicals, you name it, and Indians are. I'm sure you're familiar with the names of Airtel, Tata, Bajaj, TVS, Mahindra, etc. With a combined investment, Indians have made of over US $27 billion. The Indian-owned or operated companies, and I say this with great pride, that Indian-owned or operated companies are the second largest employers of Nigerian workforce in Nigeria after the federal government of Nigeria. In 2022, after the COVID-19 pandemic struck, India also gifted essential medicines worth US $250,000 to Nigeria. We were the largest supplier of human vaccines to Nigeria, and we also given humanitarian aid and assistance to Nigeria when our minister had visited in 2024. We facilitate and host business-to-business meetings for visiting trade delegations. We participate in trade fairs regularly. We have signed several memoranda of understanding, which include the trade agreement, which was signed way back in 1983. We have memoranda of understanding sugar institutes on startup ecosystem, in the cooperation in space sector. The discussions are ongoing for double taxation avoidance agreement. While we would have liked to continue the negotiation on the bilateral investment treaty, I'm given to understand that there is a moratorium on negotiations on BITs, but that would be quite helpful to take this forward. But we can obviously look at it once Nigeria is ready. One of the major requirements for developing relations between two countries, ladies and gentlemen, is direct connectivity and to ease the movement of people and goods, and we are working to work with authorities. Another critical sector, another important and significant cooperation with Nigeria is development partnership. Development partnership is an important pillar of this relationship. And we have had excellent experience working and partnering with many African countries through concessional loans of over US $12.3 billion for various projects. Jointly, we have completed 197 import projects, improving infrastructure needed in several countries, and we are currently executing 65. In Nigeria, Bank of India announced a solar power plant and street lighting project in Kaduna State, and a gas-fired power plant across River State at a combined over $60 million. It is natural that the large diaspora, Indian diaspora that is present in Nigeria, India and Nigeria naturally close to each other, and we do have strong people and strong relations. The Indian community has lived in Nigeria for generations, and has been warmly welcomed by Nigeria. I, High Commissioner of India, on behalf of the government and people of India, thank Nigeria and Nigerians for being a warm host to the Indian diaspora. Thank you very much. The diaspora has made Nigeria their home, and they have been contributing effectively for better understanding Nigeria, even the relations between the two people, and also contributing to the development and economic development and partnership of the two countries. We also have a cultural exchange program that renewed at the Prime Minister's visit here. And I'm very excited to say that we are the large user of movies, but Nigeria is not far behind. And you produce extremely entertaining content. I constantly watch Nollywood movies on Netflix, and it's unbelievable. We are so close together. Your stories, storytelling, it's all amazing and very, very close to heart. So thank you, Nigeria, for giving us such great content. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what we can do together, let's finally explore that and take the relationship, how we can take this relationship to the next level. Our Prime Minister has declared Africa as top priority in our foreign and economic policy. He visited Uganda, and in his visit, he stated that our development partnership will be guided by African priorities. It will be on the terms that will liberate African potential and not constrain African future. And this very aptly and appropriately also is applicable to India-Nigeria relations, as is evident in our long partnership that we've had. India has always been a very reliable partner for its friends in Africa, and we are committed to the socio-economic development of Africa in accordance with its own pace, in accordance with its development priorities, and in accordance with its own needs. We understand Nigeria's hesitation in entering into debt commitments, but your priorities are our guiding principles for economic cooperation, and our assistance in this area has always been keeping in the best interest of our partner country. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to open new vistas in our trade and economic relationship. While there is a tendency sometimes to follow the known path and traditional methods of doing business, we must break out. Nigerian companies should look at the strength of India in various futuristic fields like fintech, AI, health, including vaccine manufacturing, digital and green growth, and adapt them to the needs, requirements, and priorities of Nigeria. India's experience in innovative technology-based solutions to the different problems, spurt of growth in unicorns and startups, adaptation of new technologies, including drones, in some of the critical areas, that could lead to increase in interaction and cooperation between our two economies. In fact, more participation and robust participation in each other's exhibitions, like the one that I'm here present today, is definitely very welcome. Given the global crisis that the world is facing, ladies and gentlemen, we do have to open new avenues to facilitate businesses. And to this end, the Reserve Bank of India had proposed an arrangement to domestic traders whereby they can settle their imports and exports in Indian rupees. This has been done to promote growth in trade by encouraging other countries to open up Vostro accounts. We strongly believe that we should explore this option to move forward with bilateral trade by executing bilateral agreement on trade in local currencies or currency swap agreement. This would help both our countries to save on precious foreign exchange. We envisage our Nigerian partners as critical to two important international initiatives spearheaded by India, which is the International Solar Alliance and Coalition of Disaster Infrastructure. Both these areas not only provide excellent opportunities for cooperation between the two countries, but these will also provide opportunities to meet the urgent needs of Nigeria as well. Through International Solar Alliance, India could provide solar energy solutions to Nigeria, and India has already earmarked concessional line of credit worth $2 billion for largely off-grid solar projects in Africa. And given the abundant availability of sunshine and the urgent requirement to augment the installed capacity of electricity production in the country, I would request that Nigeria looks positively at this sector and this proposal, and we can enter into a mutually beneficial agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, in my interaction with Indian businesses, while they are optimistic about doing business in Nigeria, looking at the successes of their predecessors and the ones who have established successful businesses here, they have certain concerns, if I may convey a few to you over here. I'm confident that the business-friendly environment in Nigeria would only be further strengthened. But if these concerns could also be addressed, it would be further strengthened for benefit. Some of these, which I'm aware of, is addressing reliable power supply, security, ease of conversion of foreign exchange, and its repatriation, cheaper SERPAC or yearly resident permits, and availability of qualified human resource. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, last but not the least, we are also working, India and Nigeria are also working on some foundational agreements that are pending for quite some time between our two countries, and we are hopeful that we will be able to finalize them soon, and this would help to further strengthen our trade and investment relationship. These include the double taxation avoidance agreement, extradition treaty, legal assistance treaty, etc. We continue to work closely with our colleagues here in Nigeria to achieve these at the earliest. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by quoting my External Affairs Minister when he said that as Africa marches in its journey towards security, renewal, and prosperity, India remains a trusted partner, working closely with Africa, economic and social empowerment of its people. And I confirm the same commitment of India for Nigeria and for its people. Long live the friendship between India and Nigeria. Thank you. Have a fruitful day. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Madam Rawat, thank you. I don't need to emphasize that your, do I say short, had excited our people. I'm sure that there are questions, ask and interaction. Just remember that this session will be very interactive as possible. So on that note, I'd like to bring up the Deputy President of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry to join this team. They are prepared together for Engineer Leye Kupoli as he joined them on the front seat for this session interaction. But just before the interaction session begins, the question and answer, I know you have them enough, so we will have a show of hands for questions. I need the second mic in the room. I'd just like to first recognize the presence of some of our regulators and individuals that joined us while that session was on. We had joined us the representative of the Director General, Research and Development, Raw Materials Council from Abuja. Put your hands together for Alhaji Mohammed Adamu. He's the Director of Investment Promotion. Thank you. Please, can we have these leaders join us on the front row? Sometimes they are very far away. When they are raising us, I can't see. If you have seats around there, please let's bring them up to the front row, please. We also have with us today Honorable Commissioner from the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Investment, Bauchi State, Mohammed Salih. Yes, Mr. Commissioner, sir. Thank you. Thank you. With me, even though I'm not promoting Bauchi State, that when you have young people as commissioner, as Salih is, you have more. Thank you, Commissioner. We also have with us this morning the Controller of Immigration, Charles or SAS, representing the Controller General of Immigration. Put your hands together for Charles. Thank you. With us also is Controller Salamatu Atuluku. She's representing the Controller General of Customs. Put your hands together for her. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I love when these powerful drivers are afraid. Thank you, ma'am, for showing up today. All right. Just to mention that this session will be very interactive, like I said, and I believe we have questions or comment. We can just make it very sharp. They respond to some of those questions you have. So if you have questions, you can just quickly ask, meaning two for them to or answer. Please, a show of hands. I can see 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we take those 3. Please, Mike, do one. So our brother in black suit is 1. The man behind him, I think yes. Behind him 2. Then the lady. Okay, let me take the ladies first. I like ladies. Let's take the ladies first. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol well observed. I am a polyglot, and we have not talked about languages. Languages is very possible and an imminent something in Africa. Without languages, we cannot move over the continent. Without languages, we cannot send our children abroad successfully. We have people that has been abroad for 70 years. Yes. Yes. So what are we doing about language?
Thank you. What are we doing about languages? Okay. Please. Number 2, sir. The man on black suit. Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Good morning, sirs. My name is Dauda Lawal. I am a member of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I'm a custom license agent. And I have a question to pass to the representative of the Controller General. In respect to the Expo 2025 Invest in Nigeria, we have a lot of investors. They are coming to Nigeria for development of infrastructure and for economic values. Now I notice something that is growing gradually and is giving me impression that the president is not working, but he's working. But something is happening right at the seaport and at the airport. Presently, I'm giving, okay, fine. When these investors are ready to bring in shipment to Nigeria, they want to send, they want to help. They want to bring their markets. And by the time they bring their market to the seaport or the airport, the Nigerian customs, we say the value declared is below the value. And these are the goods that we have the invoice. He's an investor. I have one with me. I was with the controller, assistant controller yesterday. And they told me they have to generate another value for my invoice. The invoice is carrying $3,400. And they Google their own that they didn't mind. And the question is that what platform can they give to the investors who are bringing shipment to Nigeria? Most of them are trying to return their shipment.
Okay. Please, let's take the last question. Please come. Let's take the last question on this. Please just go to the question, and the question is directed to this is about Nigeria and India. So make your question around that.
Thank you very much. I'm Tunde Balogun. I'm a tourism consultant. I love what you have said, emphasizing. But you mentioned about FDI, foreign direct investment. Is collaborative analysis regards to FDI, looking at the two economies in business relationship.
Thank you so much. That done, the questions we need to take for this session. I will use another method going forward for the questions. But I know it's just a question in my view, just one question that is relevant to what she had said. You will answer, but just that, I like the Deputy President of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry to make few, then you address those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, we thank you very much for all the cooperation you'll be having with the chamber. I thought those questions that were coming will be probably sent to the relationship of India and Nigeria. That is what this section is all about. We appreciate the kind of cooperation that Nigeria is having with India. You got your independence 1947 or 1960, 13 years ahead of us. And I can remember some of our top politicians use the same kind of glide. They thought they have the same kind of mission as a nation. And so many things for us to really learn from India. I thought we will talk much about the Jataism. India began in 1947. Japan after the fall of the Empire. And India has made very good of the Japan for so many years. You never told us the kind of remittance from all those people who have been Japan, especially from Nigeria to India, and how this one has helped your economy. Which we Nigerians need to really learn from you, and how we can turn this one to even the real foreign direct investment. Those investments can come from Nigeria, and a lot of the foreign direct investment in India are by Indian in diaspora. You will confirm that. So many researches are done in your pharmaceutical, are done by India in England, in America, and your Silicon Valley, how you make use of it, so that there is no secret in all this. Let's share. But the essence of why we are here is for us to share the kind of how India, especially in the last 15 years, more importantly, they can now count figure number 4. It used to be number 6. Now, suddenly you are now number 4. And how do you get there? And we are looking at it for the next 10 years. You are looking at number 1 or number 2. That is the truth. Where are we in Nigeria? We have so many things in common. You said India has come to Nigeria to teach us. When I was in secondary school, I have an Indian teacher. Many of us here have that because it's good for India to be a teacher in Nigeria because the foreign exchange was very good at that time. These are the things we need to exchange here. And I think that is where we need to focus. All those infrastructural development that's happened in India in the last 10 years that gave rise to what you have, all those your financial systems that capture all the below $100 earning that you have captured that you make you to rebase your economy. And then you can say you are not number 4. So many things to learn. And I can say I thank you again. I think early in the year, you are at the chamber where we went through all this. And I think this, coming here too, we have the same thing where Nigerian businesses and Indian businesses have to interact and see how we can have this mutual benefit that we're having, that our president was in your place early in the year, and so many things were promised, which I think we need to implement as the business community. Because government to government can never get to the people until when we have it for business to business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We allow your reactions to what the president had said, and probably an answer to the question the other man asked.
Thank you so much, Excellency, and thank you for your comments. And very rightly said, we are definitely very open, very focused towards strengthening and further bolstering our relationship with Nigeria. I did mention it in as many words in my speech earlier, but when our Prime Minister came here last year in November 2024, he had bilateral talk with Honorable President Tinubu, and both of them share a great camaraderie, and the interaction went on for over an hour. Both leaders, visionary in their own respect, did discuss a lot of areas of mutual cooperation. They discussed about agri-tech, about how India is developing the startup ecosystem, about space sector, and how there's so much opportunity in India on the commercial aspect of space, on launch of satellites, let's say, on technology and transfer of technology, on intelligence sharing, on cyber security, defense sector. India's defense exports have shot up by exponentially, and these are all the areas that our Prime Minister offered all our cooperation, all our assistance and partnership to Nigeria, be it agriculture, mechanization aspects, be it technology. So yes, of course, India is partnering with Nigeria. We are open, we are really committed to see this relationship go further, because we already strategic partners since 2007, but there's so much more potential that we can harness. Both are definitely the India being the largest populated country in the world, and Nigeria in its own geography. Human resource, I think, is another area. Skill development, capacity building, learning from each other's experiences, and human resource development is the key that would unleash this potential that Nigeria has in development. And India is doing that. India has been able to unleash this by training its people. As you rightly said, we are everywhere around. Look at the top CEOs of the various MNCs, the tech MNCs especially, are being manned by Indian origin people. Our diaspora, and I understand that Nigeria too has a very, very big diaspora. I think it's the right time to harness the potential of the diaspora, the outreach that the Nigerian diaspora has. The JAPA can be, converted to the benefit of Nigeria, and I'm quite sure and quite confident that this is happening, and especially with the renewed hope agenda, the 4 pillars that President Tinubu has said. The demography is very important, and diaspora connection is very, very, very important. And India and Nigeria can also work closely to see how we can, collaborate in strengthening and harnessing the potential of our diaspora. If there's anything that I'm missing.
Very well. I think you actually captured.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, you did capture all very well. Except he has a comment. Do you have any comment to have? Okay, the FDI thing.
He's okay. Our commercial brain, so yeah.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. Regarding the gentleman's question on FDI, let me tell you that the Indian diaspora, so Indian companies and Indian diaspora members who are settled here have a combined investment of over $27 billion as on date. And this includes a substantial portion of the $14 billion that was committed during President Tinubu's visit to India during the G20 summit. More than half of that 14 billion has already come into Nigeria, invested, and started yielding results. On the second part on analysis, let me tell you, population-wise, Nigeria is 1/6 of India. Size-wise, Nigeria is 1/4 of India. But unfortunately, the Nigerian investment in India totals only $16 million, $16 million, which is way below what we would have, expected it to be a little more compared to the relations that we have. The investments in Nigeria are manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, petrochemicals, engineering goods, communication networks. So these are the major areas in which the Indian companies are active and brought investment into Nigeria. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much. With that done, we would like to take a photograph to document this session. Then we'll go to what is next. Mr. President, please, can we just take a step forward? Thank you so much. Let's close ranks. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for the Indian team as they return back to their various seats. Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you so much. We'd like to just mention that the Indian High Commission, there's a booth at the exhibition hall. Please, you can take your time to go there. Raise some of your concerns with them. We also have for Uganda. We also have for customs too. So as they will be coming up pretty later to make their presentation, but just to announce that they have secured booth at the exhibition hall. You could get there at any time, ask your questions, make some clarifications on those areas of concerns. Right? We'd like to move to the next, which is the Nigeria-Uganda business session. To lead at this time is Dr. Omara Sam, Minister Chancellor, Head of Economic and Commercial Diplomacy, Uganda High Commission. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Omara. All right, you have a presentation to make? Okay. Thank you.
The President of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Deputy President of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Director General, LCCI, Your Excellencies and your representatives of missions present, distinguished participants, good morning. My presentation this morning is very unorthodox. Last week, I was invited for a youth conference in Abuja, and the conference was supposed to begin at about 11. So I asked my driver that how long does it take us from the mission to the conference venue? And he told me that it is 10 minutes to go. But I decided to leave 20 minutes early. On the way, we found traffic. There was a gridlock. And because I did not want to get there late, it doesn't look well for a senior diplomat to arrive at a conference very late. So I hopped onto what they call KK. And the KK driver told me that he's a pilot. I told him, just get me there in time. So he actually reached 5 minutes early. I left the official vehicle I was using on the way. And once I arrived with the KK, the ushers they could not believe that it is, this is the presenter. So they didn't bother even to receive me. I went to pose for a photograph, and the photographer told me that he's busy. He did not take my photo. So anyway, I went and entered the conference hall and made my presentation. But that incident taught me one thing, that we in Africa ignore what is our own and prefer or admire what is not our own. Now, this brings me to the trade between Uganda and Nigeria. Uganda and Nigeria have almost the same products. And we said, look, we have to think out of the box. Because believe you me, if we just said we are going to bring our groundnuts here, even the Nigerians produce groundnuts. Uganda is predominantly an agricultural country. Agriculture contributes 25% of our GDP, and it employs 70% of the population. So what we did, we looked back inside ourselves, and we found that the products that we import from Europe and Asia, we can actually find them here in Africa. And sometimes the quality is even much better. So we approached the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I thank the Director General, LCCI, Dr. Chinyere. We collaborated with them, and we carried out a market survey to find out what is it that we can trade in. You will not believe what we found out. The first survey we carried out was on our airline, the Uganda airline. It started flying to Nigeria about 6 months ago. The trade between Uganda and Nigeria at that time was $4 million. But 6 months after, 6 months after the commencement of the flights, the trade between Uganda and Nigeria rose from $4 million to $34 million. What was more surprising is that the aircraft always flies almost empty. So we were like, where is this money coming from? And then we found out that the cargo compartments is always full. So it brings more cargo than it brings more human beings. Now, that means that there is something that we can trade between ourselves. So we again looked back and we said, what is this cargo that is being taken from Nigeria to Uganda? Again, you'll not believe what I'll tell you. One of the largest products that is flown is wigs and cosmetics. We used to import those wigs and cosmetics from Dubai, but now almost 90% of the wigs that go to Uganda come from Nigeria. The second one is gold. So that told us that all is not lost. There is something we can do amongst ourselves. Now, we also found out that in the infrastructure sector, we need building materials. We used to import tiles from Europe and from Asia to Uganda. And we found out that the tiles made in Nigeria are actually very good and they are cheaper. And so we are now thinking of establishing 3 cargo flights to take especially goods from Nigeria to Uganda. We have been collaborating in the tourism sector. While Uganda has unique experiences like gorilla trekking, we are rich in wildlife, but some of these animals are also found in Nigeria. So it would be difficult for us to tell a Nigerian that you go to Uganda and look at a lion when you can see them from here. So we decided to collaborate with a number of Nigerians, especially in the hospitality sector. The Nigerians go build the hotels, the tourists that come sleep in it, Ugandans get employed, and the Nigerians make their money. We have also been collaborating with the Nigerians in the finance sector. The finance sector apparently is doing very well. We have banks like EcoBank, UBA, GT Bank that are Nigerian and have now established their services in Uganda. Someone said, what is being done about languages? I wish to tell you that the African Union earmarked Kiswahili as one of the African languages. Now, the 68th UN Tourism Commission for Africa met in June 13th, and on the 7th of July, we celebrated Kiswahili Day in Abuja. And even to my own shock, I actually found out that universities in Nigeria are offering Kiswahili as an African language, and there are radio programs to popularize Kiswahili. But one thing we must appreciate, that languages evolve over time. And because they evolve over time, it is activities like trade that can make these languages evolve very fast. I wish to mention that in our survey, we also found out surprises. Because we were thinking out of the box, we went to about 10 markets in Lagos. And I recall some of those markets include Ladipo Market, Lekki Market, Alaba International Market, Oshodi Market, Odunade Market, and we wanted to find out exactly what can we trade in Nigeria. And we found out that Nigeria has majorly 2 varieties of beans, for instance. 2. In Uganda, the beans, we have over 10 varieties. And then we looked at the costs. A kilogram of beans in Uganda goes for about 200 naira. In Nigeria, it goes for about, on average, 6,000 naira. So the calculus indicated that if we trade even in beans only, someone is still able to make profit. We also noticed that a commodity like cement, if you ship it from Nigeria to Uganda, you are able to make profit of 10,000 naira on a 25-kilogram bag of cement. Now, when we made these presentations in at the Abuja Chamber and the Uganda-Nigeria Chamber of Commerce, we actually right now is shipping cement to Uganda. The Ugandans will benefit from that cement. They will get a cheaper product and good quality as well. And the Nigerians will also benefit. Now, one other element that we found out is the impediment of visas for traders. In Uganda, the Ugandans charge $50 for a single entry visa. Nigeria charges Ugandans rather, $210 for single entry visas to Nigeria. And we realized that that is why the aircraft would come empty, but the cargo would be there. And so it is something that we are having discussions with our Nigerian brothers on. Because if we are to exploit the advantages of African Continental Free Trade Area, then we must be able to relax some of these regulations. We also noted that there are internal policies that bar import of similar products to Nigeria and also to Uganda. And we are working on that. We are, through the Joint Permanent Commission between Nigeria and Uganda, trade is highly on the list, and eradication or reforms on those policies is one of the priority areas that we are focusing on. I wish to mention that in Uganda, we have also the infrastructure sector that I mentioned earlier. But in this sector, government is mostly focused on roads and airports. And the purpose of this is to connect markets so that trade can flow smoothly. We have also oil and gas. Oil and gas is still a very young sector in Uganda. And we have been tapping the experience from Nigeria. Nigeria has been in this field for much longer than Uganda. And I wish to state that as I speak now, we have about 700 Nigerian expatriates working in the oil and gas sector in Uganda. And this is helping to boost that sector. We also have the mineral sector. The mineral sector is mostly in gold that we trade with Nigeria in. This coming September, we have the 14th Mineral Wealth Conference that will take place in Kampala. And some of the activities, apart from the one-day conference, the rest of the activities will be to take the participants to visit the mineral mining sites and encourage them, if there are those who have interests, they can express them then. But in the mineral sector, it is for now mainly gold that we trade in with Nigeria. That would be my short brief. I would prefer that we interact and I take more time in the question and answer time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sam, please. Thank you for that very brutal, straightforward comment. Thank you so much. So for this interactive session, I'd like to bring up stage to join Dr. Sam from the SCCI team. We have our Deputy President who was here once the other time. Please put your hands together for Engineer Leye Kupoluyi. To also join the Deputy President is the Vice President, very distinguished Prince. He's also the Chairperson of Trade Promotion Board here at SCCI. You know, that's very key for him to be on this. Put your hands together for Omoba Abimbola Olashori, FCA. Let's clap for Omoba as he takes his position. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So we allow Omoba make few comments. Deputy President made a comment, made some comment the other time. So we allow Omoba makes comment. I know we've written our questions. This time around, please do write your questions. I will read questions written no longer so that I can save time. That's way it works better. Omoba, your time.
Thank you very much. I think my comment is actually to speak to some of the issues that have been raised. Even though, like you rightly said, Nigeria and Uganda, same products, same structure, the issue of comparative advantage now turns up. Every country will always have areas where it can be competitive and people can take advantage of that. My other comment has to do with the way Uganda went about their entry market strategy. They did not do desktop analysis in Kampala and start using the internet to make their decisions. They actually came to Nigeria, approached Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, so I must thank you for that, and actually went to the markets, and they were pleasantly surprised And on that basis, they started taking economic decisions. And one thing that is so clear is the power of connectivity. Where you cannot visit, you cannot invest. You see the impact of the airline that started between Lagos and Uganda, and the impact of that immediately translated to trade. So that truly underscores the importance of connectivity. One cannot overstate that. That is where you visit, that you will also go and invest, and nobody will invest where he cannot visit. And so to me, it's therefore no surprise. It's not really surprising if trade now grows on the back of that. What was surprising is that the plane is empty at the top, and in the belly, it is full of goods. But I think that is actually, from what I gather from most airlines, they make more money from the goods that they carry. The people is just an addition. But I'm pretty well sure, even though you say we also have lions and we have the gorillas, we also know about your own tourism sector. I think if it is well promoted, you'll be surprised. They can get people to sit up top of the plane to go actually see some of your wildlife, and also vice versa. It's really down to promotion, and it's how you promote and you present your country. And I think that is what the Africa Continental Free Trade area is truly all about. And this success story is one that we really must talk about, that we really must boost and let people see the effect and the positive things that can come. The purpose of this Invest Africa is also to bring in the regulators. I can see they are all represented. So some of your comments as we lead the barriers to trade, I'm sure they are listening, and at the appropriate quarters, I'm sure things will be done about that in order to boost trade between the two countries. Again, is to thank you for your presentation and your can-do African spirit. What you did in Abuja, you'll be surprised. A lot of us also do in most environments, in that as far as we are concerned, we keep our eye on the goal. We can have our eye on what we're trying to achieve, and at the end of the day, we do get there. So those are just my immediate comments at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Omaba. Thank you, sir. I know we have, so if you've written down your question, yes, please, sweetheart, where is she? Please let me get those questions. Thank you. I'm sure in the subsequent comment by Prince Abimbola Olaore, you want to talk about the big event coming. I know he knows the big event. I may not know, but I know he will tell us event that he sits on here at the chamber. Let me first of all deal with this question. So question one, as I have here, what program or process do you have for private corporations who intend to partner with your government to provide financial infrastructure services to the local Ugandan financial institutions? What program or process do you have for private corporations who intend to partner with your government to provide financial infrastructure services to the local Ugandan financial institutions? That's one. The second one, to Kwara State. I didn't get what is the first thing you said, but I have to Kwara State. Ugandan airline to Ilorin International Airport, raw material source from Nigeria. Okay, so maybe that second one is not clear. The first one, so did you get the first one? What program or process do you have for private corporations who intend to support or partner with the government to provide financial infrastructure services to the local Ugandan financial institutions? The second one say, when you say you deal gold with Nigeria, are you buying or selling to Nigeria? Okay, I think the question is, when you said you deal with gold or in gold with Nigeria, the question is, are you buying or you are selling to Nigeria? Let's allow him to take these two before we go to the other ones.
Thank you. When we say that we deal in gold, we are looking at the gold that the airline brings to Nigeria, because the data that we got is the data that we compile from the airport. So it tells us that, look, trade in gold, the amount of gold that has left Uganda and has gone to Nigeria is this. So when we say we deal in gold, it is the gold that leaves Uganda and is brought to Nigeria. On the first question about the program that we have for private sectors that want to partner with government, we have what we call a one-stop center at Uganda Investment Authority. And we also have what we call the Investment Protection Unit. We are also negotiating with Nigeria what we call Investment Protection Agreement to protect the investments of Nigerians in Uganda. And we also have what we call the Uganda Development Bank. It gives those who have startup programs bank guarantees for their investments. I think those three are sufficient collaboration elements that support investment in a country. But of course, I know that there are other things that need to be undertaken, but we deal with them on a case-by-case basis, because most of them, each case is unique on its own. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Next questions. All right, I'm told we have no questions for you, but like as earlier announced, your booth, I believe we have your men and women there to take concerns, some other things that may come up after this session. On that note, I like the Deputy President of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, who has like a final comment. But I just want to say before the final comment, Omoba, there is one big thing that is on your mind. I know you want to talk about it.
Okay, thank you very much. When you say the big thing, everyone knows about the Lagos International Trade Fair that we hold every year in November. Usually starts the first Friday in November and runs for 10 days. So this year's edition is holding from the 7th to the 16th November. We see the Invest in Nigeria conference as the precursor to the International Trade Fair. What does that mean? At this Invest Nigeria, we generate a lot of interest, but the trade fair now has become a platform where you now bring in the exhibitors, the real traders, and again, we bring in the government officials, government agencies to answer all the questions. The fair is getting bigger and bigger and a bit more specialized. What we've done at the fair is also to give room for countries now to also come and exhibit. So if you were there last year, we're doing again this year, we had the Africa Hall, which was really the ground for African countries to come and exhibit. And what we do in that hall, we also have government agencies that can easily answer questions. We also have what we call the International Hall. Again, is to bring, again, what we did was to bring non-African countries into the international. The fair is getting bigger. As usual, we usually have room for other countries. We have the Chinese pavilion, we have the Japanese pavilion. But I think what is also happening this year, if I must say, is that we are going to have a dedicated area for ECOWAS. We are looking at what we can do with that. We celebrated ECOWAS at 50, so we just thought let's also give a platform for ECOWAS also to showcase itself. So it's getting bigger and bigger, and it's really 10 days of everybody coming in and interacting. It's gone beyond buying and selling. The trade fair now is a platform to showcase what you can do. And we actually have the biggest of Nigerian companies, biggest of foreign companies coming into the trade fair to present. One thing I must also mention is that for the state governments are also our partners. We do have occasions where each company or government can have what they call a special day, which is not dedicated for you to really showcase what it's all about. So I think I'm there to plug the trade fair. I've done that, so I look forward to welcoming everybody to Tafawa Balewa Square, where it is holding for 10 days, starting from 7th November to the 16th of November. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Omaba. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. So final comment from the Deputy President. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I like the way you made your presentation, showing Africa that we, Africa country with ourselves, opening our border. But more importantly, we are here to find solution to whatever problem that we are really being able to identify. And that is the problem of your airline coming from Nigeria full. And when it's coming back from your country, the top is empty. And for only one reason, because you need visa to come to Nigeria. We need visa to get to your country. It costs us $50, but it cost you about $230. Why do we need visa in the first instance? That is the question. Why do you even take $50 in the first instance? You don't need it. At the same time, Nigeria may not need your $230 if you don't take $50. There are other African countries that we have a relationship with too, that we have free border entry. Just like the ambassador that just coming in is the ambassador of Rwanda. And I'm aware that you don't need any visa from Nigeria to go to Rwanda. And I don't think the Rwanda need any visa to come to Nigeria. We need to get to that stage. But that is the real thing. An airline within Africa that we need a visa to move around, then we cannot achieve what we really want to achieve. And I think that is a discussion after here, because that is an area of this chamber. Advocacy is our core area. Now that we have identified that, and we are seeing all the government agencies, that we take it from here. On behalf of the chamber, I will tell you that we take it from here so that next year, it won't be part of what we deliver to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So can we please take a step forward for the photograph, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. All right, that done. We need to wrap up this session, which is the country-to-country business sessions. Last but not the least is the Nigeria-Algeria business session. And to lead us on this important part is, please permit me to pronounce your name the way I see it here. And you also know that it's a good name that is so beautiful. Cherif Jamel Edin. Put your hands together for him as he leads us on the Algeria-Nigeria business session. Thank you, Cherif.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. President of ALCCCA. I'm honored to be with you today. My intervention about investment climate in Algeria. Most pose question, why Algeria? So I will show you macroeconomic indicators 2024. Value added by structure. Agriculture 34 billion. Hydrocarbon 49. Industry 16. Construction and public works 31. Market service 84. No market service 32. GDP 262. And the GPT excluding hydrocarbon 176. About the trade, export of goods 51.5 billion, import of goods 47.9. Forgiven exchange reserve $69 billion. Natural resource. We have iron, phosphate, zinc, copper, coal, gold, uranium, natural gas, third largest exporter, third largest reserve, fifth largest produce, and petroleum. We have iron production factors cost, fuel 30 cents, diesel 21 cents, and gas is fourth lower price in the world. Electricity $0.035 for kilowatt hours. Investment opportunities. Agriculture. 48 million hectares agriculture lands. 74% autosufficiency. 5 bioclimatic zones. Production value added 31.7 billion euro. Green investment corridor from investing than 10,000 hectares provide, with land concession for 40 years for $1 hectare. State guaranteed to take all of the cereal production by 2027 project, or to increase area lands by 1 million hectares. Investment opportunities, development of integrated farms, local products, forestry and mountain farms, industry crops, processing units for vegetable crops, cold storage and perspective capacities, fishers, 1,060 and 22 kilometers of coastal line and 46 fishing ports, annual production of 132,000 tons, include 22,000 tons throughout the development of DPCA fishing and the exploitation of new space. Exemption from customer duties and application of a reduced VAT rate for the importation of feed intended for aquaculture. Investment opportunities, exploitation units and aquaculture farms, units for manufacturing equipment and processing product from these activities, construction, repair and maintenance, maritime fishing vessels, conservation and commercialization of fishing produce, service facilitation of therapeutic service and development of information system for maritime fishing navigation. ICT, Algeria has completed 2,060 and 50 kilometers Alger in Gizem fiber optic link integrated into the national backbone. Submarine capacity of 9.8 terabps, expandable to 32 terabps. The fixed network covered 9 million connection. Regulation, investment opportunities, e-administration, e-payment, e-certification, e-learning, e-logistic, telemedicine, database management, cybersecurity, technological parks. Hydraulics, from 8 to 9 billion cubic meter reserve capacity. Albion aquifer located by 70% within Algeria territory, from 98% to 99% network coverage. By 2030, up to 62 of water supplies from desalination irrigation schemes to reach 2 million hectares. Investment opportunities, desalination, demineralization, water, terminus plus mobilization. Tourism, natural resource, 9 national parks, among which 5 are UNESCO listed, 51 wet zone listed Ramsar, 5 cultural parks, 282 terminal source, 154 seat and touristic circulation. Infrastructure, 1,427 accommodation facilitation, 658 warning project, 66 public hotel and resort. Investment opportunities, coastal line in the 14 coastal Algeria provinces, Sahara tourism, training, climate and mountain tourism, modernization, health and wealth and tourism, and through this cultural and regional tourism. Mining, development plant, Garj Bilat iron ore mine, production capacity of 2 million tons a year. Bissa integrate phosphate project, 3 million tons of urea production. Wad Amizor, 170,000 tons a year of zinc construction and 30,000 tons a year of lead construction. Investment opportunities, promotion of national mining products by making exploitation mining seats available, valorization of mineral substitutes found in largest reserves such as iron, prospected and exploitation of mineral deposits that are widely consumed by domestic industry. Mechanic and chemicals, infrastructure, important portfolio of industry lands, 756 industry zone and zone of activities. The extent of significant market share due to the lack of domestic offer and important domestic demand. Investment opportunities, mechanical vehicles, machinery, energies for industry vehicle equipment and spare part for the car energies. Chemicals, petrochemical industry, all these are city polychemic and industry gases. Pharmaceutical, 74% issues medical autonomy, sanitary and security. 116 establishments for manufacturing pharmaceutical produce. 76 establishments for manufacturing medical device, 5 mixed establishments for the manufacturing. Investment opportunities, pharmaceutical input and production, parapharmaceutical produce, medical device logistics. Aqua-food industry. The agri-food industry occupies an important place in supplying the national market, is represented the second largest industry in the country, contributing more than 15% to industry GDP, excluding hydrocarbon. Investment opportunities integrated complete in the strategy sector, cereal, livestock, wines, and sugar. Investment incentive schemes. We have two bodies, National Investment Council and Algerian Investment Promotion Agency. Incentive regimes per sectors, mean and career, aquaculture, fishes, industry, knowledge, economic, ICT, new and renewable energies. Zones, highland, the south and the great south, especially support from the state, natural resource to be valued. Investment incentive, land location, allocation, implementation phase, operation phase. And before concluded, I extended to an invitation to participate and attended the exhibition EITF, which will be held from September 4 to 10 in Algeria. The embassy is also ready to provide all necessary facilities to apply a visa. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I know most of us here are Nigerians, and we understand when it happens like this in an occasion. All right, that's fine. Thank you so much, Sheriff, for a nice job. I know there are questions as we're speaking. People were writing questions, so I will get the questions across to you pretty later. But we'd like Deputy President again to join you on this set. Put your hands together, please, for Engineer Leye Kupoluyi as he joins our brother from Algeria to handle. I know Engineer Kupoluyi may want to. Should I reserve your comment to the end, or you want to make it first now? Your opening statement. Okay. That's fine. He has asked that I shall allow him make his comment thereafter. I'd like to recognize the presence of someone I've seen, my friend and brother. He's the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Tax Policy and Reforms. Yes. Put your hands. I'm tempted to always see him and refer to him as doctor. Put your hands together for Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. You know, the last time we met, I also said maybe something is telling me about the doctorate degree. Mr. Taiwo, this is one Nigerian that we all love now. And we all must love, because the result of his efforts will pay off for this country pretty soon. Once again, put your hands together for Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. Thank you so much, sir, for showing up today. So, our brother from Algeria had given areas in his speech that we can collaborate. I believe we have our questions ready. Please, with a show of hands, if you have your question, can I, so that I can direct our ladies to you to get the questions read from here. Yeah, questions? All right, the number one citizen of the chamber wants to make a comment and as well as a question. So he's asking me, should I allow him to write or to speak? Please advise me. But before you advise, I will give him the microphone to speak.
Thank you, Sunday. Sheriff, you're welcome to Nigeria. Bienvenue. We are very happy to see Algeria here. One specific question. The IATF, the Inter-Africa Trade Fair, is taking place in Algiers. What advice do you have? There are some delegates here who are going to Algiers in this room. What advice do you have regarding their stay in Algeria? We have information about the visa already. What advice do you have for flights and staying in Algeria after the fair? Because a lot of people, after the 2 or 3 days of the fair, would like to visit some parts of Algiers and maybe some surrounding towns. What is your advice for someone coming to Algiers next month for the fair and other opportunities? I think this is a great opportunity that we have you here to advise delegates what they expect to see and what they expect to take away during their stay in Algiers. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question, you know, the first one came from the president, so I believe you get that. This last one said, does Algeria have a business community present in Nigeria? Yes, that should be. Does Algeria have a business community or presence in Nigeria? Those are the two questions. The one from the president and this, do you have a community presence here as your country?
Well, when we speak, when we talk about investment, we can ignore trade, given that the volume of continual trade in small Algeria is seeking through the various investment to build continual economic integration. And about ETF, I share with you, I said you a plan for how we can travel to Algeria and all of that.
Thank you very much. I think the comment is just the same for all of us in Africa. Until when we have a borderless trade among ourselves, we will still be having all these challenges. There are a lot of development in Nigeria. I know you are doing a lot, especially when it comes to vehicle assembling plant. Nowadays, I have a lot of it in Nigeria, in which we can collaborate with us in Nigeria here. And if we don't have not a desktop research, just like what the gentleman from Uganda just shared with us, the type of relationship we have with Algeria over the years, and other than football, when Nigeria and Algeria play, we use the same green, then you can see a lot of similarity. But I think other than that, in business, we need to have more similarity, and we need to open our border more. In other words, I've seen that to come to Algeria because of visa too can be challenges, and that is what the president has just mentioned, how easily the entrance to Algeria by Nigerian businesses, in which we can reciprocate the same thing for Algerian businesses. I think we try to do that over the years, actually on our trade fair, trying to encourage Algeria businesses to come to the trade fair, because our trade fair is a gateway. This is now as my brother said, this is a prelude to the trade fair, giving opportunity to most countries to have a genuine interaction with Nigerian businesses, and then you can now actualize the interaction you have here for 10 days on our trade fair. Now we try to get the Algerian into our trade fair for years, although we know many of our people will be going to Algeria this year because of the African Afrexim, the trade fair they are doing in your country. But more importantly, beyond what we have here, we need more of this business to business between the two countries and within Africa. And yes, you are a leader in North Africa. There's no doubt about that. Nigeria is a leader in West Africa. You don't just look at the Nigerian market as the 250 people in Nigeria. You look at Nigerian market at the other of the total of 400 million people in West Africa. Hopefully with this, we take that message back home so that by this time of next year, we will start enumerating the gain of this relationship, the gain of your coming here, and by November, the gain of you participating in our international trade fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I like to say that immediately after the president, the vice president took the microphone to make his last comment, I have two other questions coming in. I don't know if I should refer. One of them is from an online participant, so I'll read out to you. The other one will get to your booth to. Do you have a booth there? I'm not sure. Okay, let me read the two questions, please. One is from the online audience. The question is, in what sectors is Algeria looking to invest more or do business more in Nigeria? What sectors are you guys considering to do more business? That's one. The second one, Algeria has become an emerging sport powerhouse in Africa. Underlined. The ambassador should tell us more about this and the country's plan to export Algeria's sport talent to Africa countries. So what areas are you planning to invest more in Nigeria? Also tell us more about your plan to export Algeria sport talent to Africa countries.
So Algeria, he don't choose between sector to invest in Algeria. Every businessman he welcome to invest it in Algeria with more incentive in all of allow to be facilitation of movement to goods and monetary.
All right, that's okay. The second one, I don't know if you get my question. The second one is, what plans do you have or does Algeria have to export sports talent to other African countries? Is that a plan?
So we can talk it about this in EATF. We should do more very important decision in EATF.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, let's put down together for Sherry. Please, let's step forward for a photograph. Photo. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. The Deputy President, thank you. Thank you, Sheriff, thank you. Well done. All right. As you can see, we are supposed to go to the state session now, judging from the program that we have. And I need to speed up a bit. But I need to insert a quick, make a quick adjustment to that. We'll go to that state session in a bit, but I want to have this addition sorted out quickly before we move to that. Please permit me to bring to the front row, because there was a question the other time about custom, immigration, and all. Let's have the Deputy Controller of Immigration, Charles Osas, representing the Controller General of Immigration. Let's welcome him to the front seat. Let's put our hands together for DCI Osas. Thank you, sir. Yes, please come on. Thank you. Let me take the front seat here. Sit down. We also have a sister from the customs. She's Salamatu Atuluku, representing the Custom General, Controller General of Custom here today. Let's put hands together for her. Please, as I'm bringing them up now, I know there are thousands of questions in your mind. Please be writing them down. Even before they have their sessions, there are things you want to find out. Please make welcome also the president of the chamber, who will be with these two government agencies. Ma, this way. Thank you, ma. To undo or give them the needed support. Put your hands together for Mr. Gabriel Idahosa, FCA. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I know this session, like I said, you have enough questions. So we will give each of the government agencies just 5 minutes each to speak into, in case there's any paper or, just a prep up to your questions. Please be ready with your questions for each of them. Let's make welcome DCI Charles Osas as he makes his short presentation just before we have question and answer for him. Please, you want to come here or you prefer to stay in that?
No, I'm okay here.
Oh, that's fine, sir.
Mr. President, sir,
all other protocols duly observed. As rightly introduced, my name is Mr. Charles Osaremida. I'm the Deputy Controller of Immigration. I'm here representing the Controller General of Immigration, the person of Mrs. Kemi Nabdab. I will want to quickly point out some of our policies that are on ground. If you are following immigration, you find out that most of our facilities are now they are all online now, most especially our visa policies. Our visa policies are easy and seamless to apply on your own without having anybody to assist you or to guide you on it. I'll quickly point out some of the visa policies that we have online. First and foremost, our visa, to get our visa, if you want to apply, you apply with visaimmigration.gov.ng. Once you click into that link, you get all the visas that will enable you come into Nigeria and the fees that are attached to it. Also, we have the SEPAC. The SEPAC is also online now. It is no longer as it used to be when you apply manually. You apply for a SEPAC online. All these are seamless and easy to get. Then also, for those of us that are also be going through our immigration policies, you will find out that we have an amnesty that is on ground now for those that have their visas, their SEPAC expired. You have an amnesty from, till September 30th. That will be the end of the amnesty. After that, you have to go and get your SEPAC regularized. These processes are all seamless and easy to carry out when you click into our website. I think for any other question, I'll be here to attend to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I'll hand over the mic to Customs. Then after that, we will go to the most important part of this event, which is to have questions from the audience. Customs.
Thank you very much, sir. Permit me to stand on the podium, please. Good morning, everyone. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Mr. President, sir, distinguished guests, respected executives, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Controller of Customs, Salamatu Atuluku. I stand before you with great appreciation on behalf of the Controller General of Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeni, MFR. Invited as guests of honor at this 2025 International Business Conference, Expo organized by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI. I acknowledge LCCI for creating a platform where business visionaries, public institutions engage in dialogue that bridges the gap between policy and enterprise. Nigeria stands as a pivotal moment in its economic outlook, where growth depends on diversification, predictable regulation, efficient cross-border trade. The Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, is committed not only to revenue collection, but also enabling trade, protecting borders, and fostering environments where investors can strive. Nigeria stand at a pivotal moment. In economic outlook, where growth depends on diversification, predictable regulation, and efficient cross-border trade. The Nigerian Customs Service is committed not only revenue collection, but also enabling trade, protecting borders, and fostering environment where investors can thrive. Again, please take note. Customs have a key role supporting investment include trade facilitation, accelerating modernization, automation, and risk-based processing to ensure faster clearance for compliance shipments. The new Nigerian Customs Service Unified Customs Management System, USMS, BODOGU, clearance platform is full compliance with the World Customs Organization data model. Our goal is to full compliance with the World Customs Organization's data model. Our goal is to move clearance process from days to hours for compliance shipment without compromising our standard. Risk management, prioritize legitimate trade, strictly posts, clearance audits, and combating smuggling to ensure fairness and integrity. We go revenue assurance, promoting transparency and predictability to support macroeconomic stability and investor confidence. Policy implementation, NCS work closely with Federal Ministry of Finance and other regulatory agencies to align trade and industrial policy with border realities. We also have free trade zones, supporting special economic zones with dedicated service and collaboration with regulatory authorities. Investor protection, ensuring transparent, fair, and timely dispute resolution mechanism. Our processes are designed to be transparent, consistent, and open scrutiny when investors encounter issues. We commit to engaging constructively to resolve them while maintaining integrity of our border controls. Collaboration. NCS does not operate in isolation. We partner with importers, exporters, banks, issuers, and manufacturers to expedite legitimate trade. In conclusion, investors and business leaders in Nigeria want you here. Your investment creates jobs, drive innovation, and expand opportunity. NCS is committed to be reliable and proactive partner, delivering efficiency with integrity. I commend the organizer of Advancing Nigerian Economic Prosperity and reaffirm that trade, when governing with transparency and accountability, is a gateway to development. Today, with FCCI partners, we can accelerate growth and uplift the lives of Nigeria. Thank you on behalf of the Comptroller General of Customs. I welcome you all to this International Business Conference and Expo. Thank you. Sorry, I want to answer the first question quickly. I want to answer the first question. Yes, in respect of the question by the clearing agent, I want to quickly respond to that. In custom clearing procedure, we all look up to World Trade Organization, which is WTO, Agreement Custom Valuation. There are steps involved such a transaction value of a similar and identical goods. So if customs say I declare value is low, it means the value has been compared with the World Trade Agreement and found significant discrepancy, which we have 6 methods. 1, we have transaction value. We have transaction value on identical goods, transaction value of a similar goods, deductive value method, compute value method, fallback method. If the value declared passed through these 6 criteria, there is no significant discrepancy. The value is said to be okay. Also, the agreement of custom valuation is an international agreement. It's binding on the NCS. Thank you very much. Any more questions, please? We have a stand behind us here. come over there. We will attend to you because of time, and we have shared our logbook. Please take your time, go through them. You will get more clearance. Thank you.
Hold on.
Thank you.
My book, I need to. Thank you. All right. Like I said, we needed to get this off before we go to the state session. We are moving close to the state session now. I know we have enough questions. I just pray I will have enough time to get these questions. So please, a show of hand with your questions. My lady, please, let's move around to get the questions. One question, good. Please, have you written out a doc? Okay, it's not okay, good. I think my audience will not disappoint me this morning without questions for these agencies. Yeah, comment.
Thank you very much, MC. My comment goes to customs as well as immigration. The first comment is to customs. I wish to inform you that the traders from Nigeria that wish to export to Uganda are facing what we call double taxation. And we wish to inform you to push so that we can have an agreement, so that we can sign an agreement between Uganda and Nigeria on double taxation. This will protect the Nigerian exporters who are exporting items to Uganda so that they are able to trade smoothly, so that they are not faced with double taxation. My comment to immigration is that you take back this, that we are trying to negotiate. We submitted a proposal for free movement of peoples and goods with the intention that travelers from Nigeria to Uganda should travel with visa-free. And we wish that you take that up with the authorities so that this can open up the doors for people to trade between Uganda and Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. Your comment noted. I believe the appropriate authority will do the needful. All right. I'm not disappointed. I have 3 questions on this first round, so we'll take the questions. One, this is directed to the immigration. Can the immigration website handle special visa categories like diplomatic, official, and other special categories? That's one for the immigration. Can your website handle special visa categories? Next question is, how many countries can someone visit with Nigerian blue passport? The last month, there was a technical issue with the B. Odogun. This is to the immigration, I think. Custom, sorry. B. Odogun that led to the delay in clearing of goods. Some goods are yet to be cleared till today. 1, will demurrage be paid on those goods because of the delay? 2, what is the custom doing to improve the efficiency of the Odogun? Questions clear? So let's allow our custom friends deal with that.
Thank you very much. Like, before going further, I would like to give an adage who says, when you give birth to a child, what happened? You learn how to sit, the next you learn how to crawl before standing. Odogu is a new system that take off of recent, and they won't understand what is going on, and everything is on top gear, that in no time, everything will be smooth. It's not just easy to start such. And I want to let you know that Odogu is far better than the nicest and the Skoda will be using. This is seamless. When you take full, I can even tell you, beat my chest right now, that we have even overcome all the issues. Everything is going smoothly now. There is no issue. You will get your, within 24 hours, your load is at your doorstep. It's just a time. Yeah. So you can, I believe we have some agents in the house can testify that everything is going well now. And coming to the second question concerning the Domrage and the rest of them, you should all know that when it comes to Domrage, we are not in charge. That question is for the handlers, that is the terminal operators. They are in charge of Domrage. Ours is to take our own operation accordingly. So when you talk of Domrage, we are not in position to answer when it comes to Domrage. And then considering the payment, like I said earlier, is the terminal operator's responsibility to update you, because when you don't take your goods at the appropriate time, of course, it will consume Domrage. And that means the terminal operators will be the one to charge you for extra days. But for us, the Odogu has come to stay and it is smooth, good, and we are good to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question from, you said, can immigration website handle special visa categories? Yes, that category you are talking about, special categories, you can get it from that website, visa.immigration.gov.ng. They are all there. And whatever are the requirements and the fee involved, they are all there. Then the second question is, you said diplomatic official passport. Is it diplomatic official passport you are talking of, or diplomat? Hello, MC. Is it both diplomatic passport and official passport? If they can process online or online?
Yes, I think
no, diplomatic passport is processed at our headquarters and official passport is processed at our headquarters.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm trying to have one other question. Please permit me to just quickly, yes. This was written in the red letters. So if I don't read it, I don't want to be given red note. Immigration. So the question is directed to you. What does the porter, why does the porter not work properly? Custom. Why is there current delay on the clearing of vehicle in the Lagos ports? So, yeah, one is custom, one is, so let's take a custom. Why is it that current delay in the clearing of vehicles in Lagos port? Any problem?
I don't think there's any problem. Vehicles are going as at when due. There is no problem at all, as far as I'm concerned. We don't have issue. The CGC has ensured that within 24 hours, all goods should be exited the port when you are a stakeholders compliance, except if you are not a stakeholders compliance. Of course, your vehicle or whatever you bring into the country will be delayed because we will take our necessary profiling before exiting such container. But if you are in stakeholders compliance, I bet you there is no delay. And I believe presently, for those who comply, there is no delay, except if you are non-compliance stakeholders. Thank you.
Yeah, the question is immigration. Why does the porter not work properly?
Sorry, the porter is working properly. Maybe as at the time you check, we are having some technical issues. The porter is perfectly working okay now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Maybe, like you said, maybe it was at the time you were checking. You can check right now, please. If he's not working properly, let us know. Then we can hold him. On that note, we'd like to thank our brother and our sister for a job well done. I'm sure these are intelligent Nigerians that have defended their operation so well. I like when people do well on their job. Please, let's clap for them. Mr. President, sir, would you like to take a photograph with you? So move closer to the president. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. President, please, you help us stay on your seat. You just permit us today. We are not going to stress you like you did yesterday. All right? Thank you. Whatever it is, we postpone it, but now we must do it. We are at the state where we want to bring up the state-to-state conversation. On your list, we have 3 states that are supposed to be here, but I'm told the Lagos state is the center of excellence. The representative probably still on their way. We'd like to now have the 2 commissioners that are here to handle this session. I believe some of them have presentations to make. Permit me to bring up stage. I like to, first of all, call a woman. Women first, yes. I told her the other time that, I'm happy to have a state where you have young people, lead, and they lead well. They lead so well. Please join your hands together as we welcome Honorable Damilola Yusuf Adelodun, Mrs. Commissioner, Business, Innovation, and Technology, Kwara State. Put your hands together for her, please. Please put your hands together well. Beautiful, bold, and brainy, yes. Please, have your seat here, Madam Commissioner. Thank you. For Bauchi State, my friend and brother, young, energetic, and powerful, very intelligent. Put your hands together for Muhammad Salis Gamawa, Honorable Commissioner, Commerce, Industry, Investment, Bauchi State. Put your hands together for him, please. For Bauchi State, I will also bring up, because he will also have his time to make 1 or 2 comments. Please be here, Mr. Commissioner, sir. Thank you. I would like to bring up the president of the Bauchi Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture. Is here today, Honorable Aminu M. Damalik. Put your hands together for Honorable Aminu. Bauchi State actually prepared for us for this investment. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. So, Mr. President, sir, thank you. All right. So, that done, we'd like to first bring up to tell us the investment opportunity in the state of Harmony. Okay, yes, I'm told he's here now. It's always good for you to have someone beside you who can remind you when you're about missing it. Please, to join the president in coordinating or supporting this session is our brother and the vice president here at the chamber, as well as the chairman of Trade Promotion Board here at SCCI, very big on trade promotion. Put your hands together for energetic, ever young, my elder brother, Omoba Abimbola Olashore. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Omoba. So, for the first to tell us investment opportunities in Kwara State, Nigeria, the state of Harmony, we will have our sister, beautiful, bold, and brainy, Honorable Damilola Yusuf Adelodun, Commissioner, Business, Innovation, and Technology, Kwara State. Your time, Madam Commissioner, please. Let's clap for her, please.
Please kindly permit me to stand on the already well-established protocol. It is my honor to welcome you on a journey to explore many opportunities available in Kwara State. The ambassador from Ireland yesterday said that you don't invite people to invest in your state or your country, you allow them to come on a journey of opportunities with you. So Kwara State is uniquely located in the northern central zone of Nigeria. Our states have easy access to the northern and southwest of the country, And beyond the Nigerian borders, we also have access to the Republic of Benin, making Kwara a true gateway for trade, commerce, and investment in Kwara State. In West Africa. Before I even discuss the investment opportunities that we have in Kwara State, I'll walk you on a journey of the infrastructure developments that we have within the state that would attract investors to come to Kwara State. We are building the foundations to welcome you. We have the Ilorin International Airport open for both passengers and air cargo. We have 2 world-class hospitality projects, the Kwara Hotel, which is currently undergoing major upgrades, and the Ilorin International Conference Center, which have over capacity of 2,500 delegates and open for events as well as exhibition. The Kwara State Governor, Malam Abdurrahman Abdurazak, has constructed over 75 new roads during his tenure, which are opening towards the rural and agricultural areas of the state for growth and development. We are also very big on technology and youth empowerment. We are equally proud of the Ilorin Innovation Hub, which is the biggest hub currently in West Africa. And we currently have partnership with IHS Towers, a large conglomerate in telecom towers. The hub is our crown jewel and a center of learning, creativity, and software and hardware programs. So we have quite a number of programs in the Ilorin Innovation Hub. These programs are centered around AI development, software, and as well as skill development. We've trained over 1,500 youth so far, and we are open for partnership for remote working for a lot of our youth, because we believe that human capital is the true export of Nigeria. Then in the creative economy and arts. So we centered a lot of our development around youth, because Kwara State has one of the biggest forces for youth in the state, with over 60% of the citizens being under 20 years old. So in the creative economy and arts, for those in the creative industry, Kwara offers unique facilities such as the Sugar Film Factory, a fully functioning studio with set rooms, podcast rooms, editing space, as well as vibrant creative environment. Already, several podcasts have been placed. We have the documentary of Ilorin Doba, as well as a 6-episode TV series, Ajwaya, that is currently being produced there, with various entertainment celebrities coming in and out of Kwara State. Then we also have the Visual Arts Center. Thank you. We also have the Visual Arts Center, a modern cultural and art space with large gallery, cinema halls, and art offices. Here in Kwara, you can create at the Sugar Film Factory and present and premiere at the Visual Arts Center. And we are open to partnership with museums, art communities, and art centers, as well as art enthusiasts. Then for the industry and agro-processing units, our state is also advancing in manufacturing and agro-processing with the Kwara Garment Factory. This is a large-scale apparel production facility for supply of uniforms, corporate wear, and export-ready fashion. This big development has over 1,000 industrial machines, as well as laundry units. We are looking at a public-private partnership, as well as individuals that are working in the textile value chain. In addition to this, we have the Karama Shea Butter Processing Factory, which is a 50-ton capacity shea agro-processing unit for export-grade shea butter for cosmetics and the food industry. This is scheduled to be completed towards the end of the quarter of this year. And for the healthcare and mineral sector, we have bold investment in healthcare, including a construction of multi-story general hospital, with equipped modern medical technologies, such as MRI scanners and other such equipments. Our land is rich with natural resources like lithium, gold, tantalite, limestone, marbles, dolomite, and many more. We are just waiting for responsible and profitable exploration. In agriculture, Kwara makes a cornerstone in the production of cassava, yam, cashew, cocoa, kola nut, rice, and maize. Especially in agriculture, I think Kwara State is one of the biggest exporters of cashew in the West African region. For tourism and culture, Kwara also invites you to experience our culture from the Owu Falls waterfall, which is one of the largest in Nigeria, the Ilorin Double Festival, the ACL Museum, the first ever museum in Nigeria, as well as the Patiji Regatta Festival, and even the tallest flag in West Africa is uniquely located in Kwara State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Kwara is open, and we are open for business, partnership, opportunities. If you're an investor, a development partner, or an NGO, we are looking for your impact in Kwara, and Kwara welcomes you. And before I end this, I would also raise one of the key investments that we are offering investors, which is the Kwara Industrial Park. This is fully functioning with electricity connected, and we are hoping manufacturers as well as producers come to situate your manufacturing units here. It will be a fully integrated manufacturing hub, and you have access to unique roads to deliver to the Benin Republic and all other areas in Nigeria. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for the commissioner. Thank you so much. She's very clear about those investment opportunities in Kwara State, and I believe prospective investors here are looking at what to do and how to go about it. Just to mention that there's a booth for Kwara State in the exhibition hall, so you can go there to ask your questions. I believe you can also meet Madam Commissioner there for one-on-one interaction after now. This also is not, doesn't take away the fact that you still have the opportunity to question her when the question and answer period. I told you that Bauchi State government is prepared for this investment. They have not only made up their mind to maximize the opportunity possible, they want to take everything possible they can take from Lagos or from this investment to Bauchi State. You will hear from them pretty later. When you have a commissioner seated from Bauchi State, you also have president of the Bauchi State Chamber of Commerce, Mines and Agriculture, you're also present. That's to tell you that these men are not joking. I just prayed when my state government, our state government, for some of you from my state, we see opportunities like Bauchi State is seeing in Invest Nigeria. Don't ask me of my state. All right, just before I bring the commissioner up stage, please, if you are looking for your Reddington hospital card, your appointment card, please talk to me after now. I have one with me. I don't want to mention the name. I think it's lost but found. So please talk to me to get it. Okay. We need to now have Mr. Commissioner speak to us on why and how investment opportunity in Bauchi State can be maximized. Please put your hands together for our brother, Honorable Commissioner Salis. Please put your hands together for him, please. You are, and there's no screen here today. Okay.
Yeah. Auzubillahi samil alim min ash-shaytanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The Super President, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Lagos State, President Gabriel, other excellencies, diplomats here present. It's indeed a particular honor for us as a state to be here. We were in Lagos sometimes last week, and we have a very deep conversation with the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, President Gabriel hosted us, and he found us worthy to be here. And behold, we are here. So we thank you most sincerely. We have a presentation to make. Unfortunately, there's no screen, so I'll be very brief in the interest of time on our today's agenda. Bauchi is a gateway to the Northeast. We are state bordered by the Northwestern state. We are bordered by Kano, Kaduna, Jigawa to the west, and we equally share border with the North Central Plateau state, and you can't get access to the sixth state of the Northeast without passing through Bauchi state. So we are strategically situated in the heart of the North. Bauchi is more than just a pole of tourism. It is a land of over 10 million people, a population larger than some African countries with stronger GDPs. We put this in perspective. Bauchi's population is comparable to countries like Rwanda, Botswana, Namibia combined together, and even greater than the combined population of some African countries such as Seychelles, Gambia, Lesotho, Eswatini, Comoros, Djibouti, Cape Verde, Mauritius, Sao Tome and Principe, and Equatorial Guinea combined together. This gives you how rich human capital Bauchi has to bear. This means investing in Bauchi is not just about accessing one state, but about unlocking human capital market the size of multiple nations put together. With 65% of our population under the age of 35, Bauchi offers one of Africa's most vibrant youthful workforce, a natural magnet for investors in agriculture, manufacturing, technology, and services. Why do we convert these challenges into opportunities? Yes, challenges exist, but in Bauchi, we see them as opportunities for investors. With over 4.2 million hectares of fertile land, only 1.8 million hectares are currently cultivated. That gap is an investment opportunity for mechanization, irrigation, and smart agriculture. We have capacity to irrigate over 180,000 hectares, yet only 25,000 hectares are in use. This is an open invitation for public-private partnerships in irrigation system and year-round farming. Bauchi has one of the largest livestock population in Nigeria. Instead of seeing this pressure on grazing as challenge, we see potential in dairy, meat processing, and pasture production, backed by special agro-processing zones. Our current gap in power and transport are being positioned as opportunities in renewables, gas to power, logistics, and smart infrastructure. Our Yankari Game Reserve, Sumu Wildlife Park, which Yankari Game Reserve is one of the only natural wildlife park in the Western Africa. They're not just special, or they're not just tourist assets, but they are unexploited revenue drivers in ecotourism, hospitality, and conservation industries. Bauchi has continued to expand its global footprint through strategic bilateral agreement with renowned international partners, including Shandong Province in China and Proctexa Incorporation in Canada, among others. This partnership underscores our commitment to fostering mutual beneficial collaboration that drives sustainable growth, knowledge exchange, and investment opportunities. As we prepare to host the Bauchi State Economic and Investment Summit, October 8th to 9th this year, we look forward to welcoming global leaders, investors, and development partners to deepen existing relationships and sign new bilateral agreements. that will unlock shared prosperity for Bauchi State, Nigeria, and our international partners. The recent discovery of hydrocarbon deposit in Bauchi State, now under active exploration, present immense opportunities for strategic investment across the oil and gas value chain. Already, leading players such as the Resident Manufacturing Cement are currently establishing operation in the state with target production capacity of 10 million metric ton annually for global consumption, which is set to be one of the biggest in the West African region. This momentum underscores Bauchi's readiness to establish oil and gas free trade zone and oil and gas academy to drive human capital development, technology transfer, and industrial competitiveness. I warmly invite investors and partners to seize these opportunities and unlock the full potential of Bauchi State's energy and mineral resources, sustainable growth, and global impact. We built over 3,000 rural and urban infrastructure to open up access to market for traders and investment to thrive internally. Why all this, and why do we say you come to Bauchi State and work together with us in this journey of progress? Because Bauchi has been ranked 4th and 6th in Nigeria's ease of doing business by World Bank and the Presidential Enabling Business Council. Investors really benefit from custom and duty exemptions on agricultural and mining equipment, accelerated capital allowances and tax relief, provision of land at concessional rates, and zero right-of-way fees. Above all, we have high political will with His Excellency driving investment facilitation in the state. On my final call to action, ladies and gentlemen, Bauchi State offers not just land, minerals, or opportunities. It offers the power of over 10 million people, equal to more than 10 nations of Africa, ready to be harnessed as an engine of growth with clarity, credibility, and certainty. Bauchi has continued to expand its global footprint through strategic bilateral agreements, as I mentioned earlier. This underscores our commitment to fostering mutual beneficial relationship. We welcome all investors like here to journey with us on this path to progress for a mutually beneficial relationship that across mutual earnings for both our state and our global partners. I thank you on this note for the opportunity accorded to us as a state to be here with you. And to tell you on a final note, we have regular flights on Saturdays, Sundays, Wednesdays, Fridays, via Max A and Rano. If you're coming from Lagos to Abuja, and from Abuja to Bauchi, we have a round trip day in, day out. So thank you much sincerely, and looking forward to network and invite you to Bauchi State to see for yourself. Thank you so very much. Bauchi is ready, Nigeria is ready, Africa is ready. God bless the LCCI, and God bless you all, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I believe there will be questions and answers, some questions for you. But just before we delve into the question proper, we have with us the president of Bauchi Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Honorable Aminu. He's here loaded. I've seen him since last week, very loaded, very agile. He wants to tell us more about Bauchi and what they have in stock.
Yes.
Honorable.
Well, Your Excellencies, particularly the organizers, President of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce, my commissioner has laid out everything. I'm going to present one critical issue that has been bothering me since I was here and what I've heard. I initially intend to call for a press conference, but I think I can as well let you, particularly the target is to the international community. The message is to them. May I first of all sincerely thank the Lagos Chamber of Commerce for organizing this fantastic international conference on Invest Nigeria. We will always attend your events, having been learning a lot from you as the leader of the organized private sector in Nigeria. Today, I wish to raise one critical issue that has weighed heavily on my mind as we gather here at the Business Conference and Expo 2025. The effectiveness of international development assistance in Africa. For decades, billions of dollars have flowed from Western donors and development partners into Africa under the noble banner of aid, grant, and development support. Unfortunately, we must speak the truth. These vast sums have too often yielded little visible impact on our people's lives. The hard reality is this: too much of this money disappears into bureaucratic bottlenecks, political patronage, and sadly, in some cases, into private foreign banks' accounts, and even gone to insurgency hands, as alleged by an American serving senator. Instead of driving progress, the money has often fueled dependency, waste, and disillusionment. This is not to diminish the goodwill of our partners. On the contrary, we remain deeply grateful for their friendship and their consistent support. But gratitude must not blind us to reality. The current approach is broken. It is time for change. Invest in Nigeria through private sector, not only through the government. The African private sector, our entrepreneurs, our Chamber of Commerce, our small and medium enterprises are the true engines of sustainable growth. We create jobs, we generate innovations, we build industries, and we are rooted in our communities. When resources are channeled through us, every dollar is more likely to translate into real factories, real farms, real hospitals, and real opportunities for ordinary citizens. We do not reject governments. They remain important partners in policy and regulation. But the balance must change. Development funds should be directed where accountability, transparency, and productivity are stronger. And that is the private sector. Africa is not asking for charity. We are asking for investment that produces mutual benefit. Let donor support be transformed into venture financing, impact investment, credit guarantees, and infrastructure partnership that empower private sector to deliver growth. In this way, the international community will see measurable results. Local communities will feel the impact, and Africa will stand taller as a partner rather than a perpetual recipient. I stand here in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial hub. Let this message go forth. Aid must evolve to build a stronger Africa, invest through the private sector. May I also take this opportunity to once again notify you that Bauchi State of Nigeria, in collaboration with the organized private sector, is hosting an investment economic summit on 8th to 9th October 2025 in Bauchi State. We are inviting all foreign investors and missions, as well as domestic investors, to attend the summit, please. I thank you most sincerely.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I told you, Bauchi is prepared for this investment conference. All right, we'd like to go to the question and answer session. Already, I have one question here for Bauchi State government. I believe there are other questions, but just before the question come, I'd like to remind us that Kwara State has very big booth at the exhibition hall, and there are people are there for your questions. You can see for yourself, ask the question and see how you can maximize all the opportunity listed by the electable honorable commission. So first question for Bauchi team. Is Bauchi State given priority to educate all the young ones? What is done? What has been done in this regard? We'll allow Bauchi State to take this while I expect other question. Please, Esther, Sheung, let's take the questions for them. Okay, please, you can use this.
All right, thank you.
Priority to educate young ones.
Yeah, thank you for the this amazing question, and it's more direct. Even though this platform does not give so much, time for us to be able to say what we've done so far. But when His Excellency come into plan, we look governance from strategic perspective. And a good strategy has three basic elements, which are diagnostic stage, guiding policy, then coherent action. So when we come, we were able to take the in-depth assessment of our level of education, our level of infrastructure deficit across all the developmental phase. And then we come up with a plan. It's called My Bauchi Project. If you come to Bauchi, we're not just governing, off head. We have a guiding policy called My Bauchi Project. And in that My Bauchi Project, priorities were given. And there are about three things if you're leading: leading self, leading others, then culture and leadership. In leading self, the very first thing we give emphasis to is learning system, which has to do with education. It's not just education going to classroom, but curricular and extracurricular form of education. We take a very deep insight about what we call the HEART system. The H stands for hospital, that more like hospitality, health, but our emphasis focused on human development, human capital development. I might mention on the course of my presentation, we have a population of over 10 million people, and because Bauchi is located at the center of the Northeast, is the most peaceful state within the entire region. So there's a lot of inflow of people, for greener pasture, yet we have a very good provision for them. We didn't want to treat them as refugees, as the world does everywhere. We accept them as people, and yet we have a very good structured education system. When His Excellency took over into office, there's a very wide gap in terms of, the out of school, from across, the adolescent stage, the children, and the Almajiri system, which are peculiar cases that we have in the North. But then we won't say there are no challenges, but then there's significant trade through our human capital development trade. And then we channel it into what we call the emerging system of education, which is, the global perspective. The world has already advanced looking at, the emerging trends, cybersecurity, but our people, we need to start locally from our label that we have now. We have a very wider policy in terms of digital literacy program to educate people to scale up to the level before they access the emerging system. I'm here with my DG, Biri for ICT and digital economy in my team. We have a cyber program for those who are graduates already, and we are busy trying to redirect our own curriculum to align with the global perspective. Because now, if you go to some states, you see a curriculum, people having to learn a typewriter, which is already obsolete in the part of the world. So we upgrade our curriculum to align with the global perspective. This is our stride in terms of education, and we have a very robust policy to address the challenges, both now and those of the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. So let me take, I think Bauchi State government seems to have more questions. So let me take, yes, I'll come to you, sir. Let me take this. What is the government of Bauchi and Kwara State doing on solving the issue of farmer-herders clash? What are the measures put in place to combat the issue? So Kwara State, you get ready for that question. And Bauchi, now, this also is to Bauchi directly. Apart from agri and tourism, what other sector is the Bauchi State investment sector focusing on? You know, Bauchi State investment sector focusing on. Do you have portal for registration? That's Bauchi State. Do you have portal for registration or application for participation and exhibition? Maybe regarding your forthcoming. So, Mr. Commissioner, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Let me start with the first one, which talks about the farmer herders clashes. Before then, we know Bauchi, we have a tradition which align with security architecture already. You may recall, years before now, we had issues of insurgency within the entire northeastern region. Bauchi has never witnessed any of them. Because Bauchi, there was a time within the northeastern region, insurgency overtaking Yobe State, Borno State, Adamawa State, and some part of Gombe State. But there wasn't a single touch in Bauchi State. That's to tell you that we have a tradition of security infrastructure put in place. So like I said, in our own policy document in the state, security is one of the most prioritized sector because we believe the primary responsibility of government is to protect the life and properties of the people. And then it was given a very top-notch decision. And that's why we hardly see it. Of course, as humans, day in, day out, even within developed countries, there are certain challenges that are happening day in, day out. But His Excellency, he is the #1 architect of security in the state, and he took it up. And once a situation came into place, we have a strategy where we engage the communities themselves. Because you cannot come as an alien to be able to solve a security situation in the state. His Excellency has a robust plan of engaging the communities in its own, thoughts for security to be redefined in a clear eye, honesty and modern optimism. So we have that in place, and that's why you hardly have these issues. Once an issue arises, we have emergent solution for it. So the second question talks about, what is the second question?
Yeah, the second question talks about,
okay, we have a detailed sector scan in terms of the investment. I wish there was a screen because we have a detailed presentation for that. And we learned that yesterday there was a screen and today there wasn't a screen. So we have a detailed sector and including even the security mapping for you to see what we're saying in action and visibly. What we have a detailed sector scan for investment within the state. And those were taken based on opportunities, readiness, impact, and perspective. And we carefully look at it from the 3 C's perspective. Those with clarity, competency, and confidentiality, and safety for your investment. And we try to see to it with, utmost level of, clarity for a bankable business relationship to thrive. We have mineral resources as a sector, which is natural resources basically. In Bauchi, we have over 300 different minerals beneath the soil, and some are still under discovery. We have architectural sector, which talks about the forward and backward linkages, agro-processing zones. We have entire new life cycle for agricultural viewpoint in the state. We have the tourism. Our slogan, we are called Bauchi State, the Pearl of Tourism. We have the Yankari Game Reserve, which is renowned game reserve, the only wildlife park in the entire western region of Africa. We have the Sumu Wildlife Park. We have the biggest grazing reserve in the country. So we have as much as possible sectors. That's in agriculture, that's in livestock, that's in solid minerals, that's in ICT and tech hubs, which are already touched in the course of answering the other question I mentioned. We have a relationship with the government of Canada. We are taking in-depth analysis of our population, and we are seeing how we can redirect that workforce into useful workforce to align with the global market. We've signed a memorandum of understanding with the government of Canada through the Protex Incorporation. And at the moment, we are training over 1,000 youths into CyberNation, cybersecurity businesses. And we have lots of programs. If Tam, Famit will be able to be mentioning them from now tonight. So we have different sectors. We have 10 priority sectors, and then we're going to share the website, which goes to the last part of the question.
Yes.
The website is www.bauchiinvest.ng. So you can go through it, or we can meet my team that they at this call. You can meet my team. We're going to communicate. And for those international committees whom we share contact cards and WhatsApp, we're going to communicate to you. We're going to send invitation together with the site, and we're going to invite your own people for exhibition at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you. I'm told there's a prospective investor from the US. He has a comment, so I want to listen to comment. Probably he wants to tell us the number of millions of dollars he's bringing to invest in Bauchi. Let's hear him in a minute or two. Kennedy.
Thank you very much. Invest in Nigeria, I'll call IN. I think we should all begin to just say IN. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, please permit me 2 minutes. I think this will be the most expensive question. To fly from Washington here just to ask the question is good. That shows you the nature of this conference. I am the president and CEO of 1111 Global, a Washington, D.C. based foreign relations and strategic partnership organization. Our goal is simple: to bridge Africa to the global market. That's our goal. What are we doing? Number one, we are linking trade businesses, making sure we are linking investors to people who have the money to fund them. And let's say we heard about cashew nuts. We know people who are funding the funder process, adding values to cashew nut. We need to come to Nigeria to know who has the cashew nut so we can direct the money to the processes of cashew nut. I like manufacture of cars, but how many persons can buy a car now, right? So most of our focus is in agriculture, in manufacturing of local materials. Like if you have this suit, we can find the Macy's, the Lehman Marcus, or somewhere you can exhibit them and expose these suits, and then is a Nigerian product in American stores for American businesses to buy. So what we are doing is working along with several persons to make sure these are good. So coming to my question, before my question, I'll be calling to actions and asking this LCCR to host an investment conference in Washington, D.C. We're going to work with you in arranging and hosting that. You have over 100 million Nigerians in the U.S. One thing I did not hear much of was the using of the diaspora population. Nigerians are some of the smartest in the world. They are sitting there with a lot of money. How can we tap into them to bring some of this money back home is what we're going to do for you as an institution. So my question is, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, how can LCCR work with a company or institution like us to ensure that investment of diaspora funds are attracted to Nigeria? To Bauchi State, my question is, do you have seaport in Bauchi? I did not hear about the demographic and your strategic location. To Kora State, my question to you is, how, and I heard you have the industrial park. What is the tax waiver on the industrial parks? These are things that we will be trying to answer to investors who are willing to come in, and I will need your website so we can also plan there. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Paul Kennedy, president of Global 1111.
Wow. Thank you so much, Kennedy. Thank you. Your questions will be answered. Kwara State, I think I'm coming to you now. I have a list of the questions for you. Okay, Bauchi, you want to make a comment? Okay, quickly do
Just
so.
briefly. But going by the nature of our demography and location, we don't have seafood, but we have the upcoming inland dry ports, which is at the moment under construction. So I think that addressed the question directly.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, Bauchi, Kwara State, you know, we've not drilled you over time. So there are questions here for you. In the fashion industry, this is a question. And I noticed Kwara State hasn't touched much on the clothing and fashion sector. Could you please share with us, Madam Commissioner, your thought on opportunities to emerging brands in today's market regarding fashion? That's question one for you. The next one, okay. What are the business opportunities in recycling industry in Kwara State? Recycling in Kwara State. Recycling such as PET bottle, recycling plastic, and etc. That's the second one for you, Madam Commissioner. The third one is both for yourself and Bauchi, so you go first. Most Nigerian states are very rich in agricultural products that are good for our consumption and trade. Recently, GMO products are gradually taking over our natural product. What are your states, Kwara and Bauchi, doing to prevent or control this product from doing damages to our national product? Bauchi State and Kwara. Last but not the least, to Bauchi and Kwara State, as a prospective investor in Bauchi State, I would like to know what concrete security measures and development in government infrastructure and personnel, what assurances can your state and Bauchi provide to ensure a stable and secure environment for business operations, something like that. So, Madam Commissioner, you need to go first. We have more of this for you.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for all the insightful questions. I'm very, very much happy to be here at the LCCI program. Let me start with the questions one by one. In terms of the EDES, as the Commissioner of Bauchi has rightly said, the North has experienced some challenges in terms of security. However, His Excellency, Malam Abdurrahman Abdurazak, was one of the first governors that took this up first, and we sent security forces to the northern zone of Kwara State to try to mitigate some of the security challenges. I wouldn't say there is no challenge, but we meet it head on, and I've been able to gain a lot of grounds in this regard, and business and operations continue. We've not had any tragic stories so far. In terms of the EDES, so we don't look at EDES as a problem. The issue that we are facing for EDES, because in the northern zone of Kwara, we have the Fulanis, we have the EDES. One of the reasons why we have different migration is because of the environmental issues that we have in Nigeria. So we actually do a World Bank program, which is called EPRESS, with our Ministry of Agric as well as Ministry of Livestock. We've taken the affirmative agenda from the federal ministry, in which they separated the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Livestock. And we've done similar in Kwara State, where we have the Ministry of Agriculture and we have the Ministry of Livestock, and they still work hand in hand together. We have some recommended seedlings from the World Bank, which we have adopted in the States, and we have set up hectares of lands in which some of these grasses will be cultivated. We've currently gone on inspections about 2 months ago, and these grasses, they grow very fast. And as we all know, Nigerian weather is very accommodating for such. And with this facility that we are doing in different zones in Kwara State, when others go, they will be able to find grasses for their livestock and that way there will be less clashes within farmers and others as well. So far as well, with the Ministry of Livestock, we've done multiple engagements with various communities, as well as large-scale livestock producers and businesses, and we have tried to encourage small farm owners and small farm producers and livestock producers to go big as well, while introducing some of these crops as well as the grasses to them, so that way we're able to reduce the clashes. Similarly to this, we are also, we have a section for artificial insemination for cows, so that a lot of the herders, by the time they move some of their cows, they get stressed and we don't get as much milk in Nigeria as we should. So we are working with some different producers as well as companies, and this is an open invitation to have different ranches in which we do artificial insemination, and we're working and partnering with some France and French companies for this. So in terms of cashew and garment, as the gentleman from 111 from Washington had mentioned, Kwara is one of the largest producers of cashew. We have the land, we have the environment, it's very accommodating. We have the human resources and labor for this. So you are open to come. The Ministry of Business, Innovation and Technology is open to partner with you and discuss various incentives, because every business is different. Every business, what you would want, your ask is very different. So what we don't put a generic incentives that we're going to give you. We go on a table, sit down, what do you want to achieve? How can we help you achieve this? And what is your ask? And we'll try to meet this as much as possible, while still maintaining the state's agenda to bring business as well as to do ease of doing business within the state. For garment factory, I talked about the garment factory. For garments, I've talked about the garment factory we have. In terms of tailoring uniform, we have all the equipment, from the industrial machines to the embroidery machines, to the industrial ironing for both tailoring of suits, uniforms, jeans, and so on. And we're looking at partners that will help us expand this, as well as utilize it. Currently, we have hired over 500 women, which are currently working at the garment factory so far. But I would say that in terms of the capacity, it has a capacity to hire not less than 2,000 individuals. For the industrial hub, like I said, Kwara State has incentive. What we can promise you is uninterrupted light, which we know is one of the challenges that most manufacturers face in Nigeria, as well as land. We, has been said, we are not close to the port, but we are close to the Benin Republic, as well as we're also working on similar initiative for inland ports. And then we also have air cargo facilities as well. And we have good road connectivity. So what His Excellency has done is in terms of, most government go in and they develop the metropolis, and they develop the metropolis road, which we have done, but we put more emphasis and focus on the road to the rural sectors. That is where the farms are. That is where the opportunities are. That is where the raw materials are. And one of the challenges we found by engaging with local manufacturers and producers is that some of them have large amount of cassava, produce, cashew. However, the road becomes a challenge in terms of transporting it. And some of these things are very time sensitive. So that is why we have invested in over 75 roads across the different regions of Kwara. In terms of fashion, I mean, you don't talk about fashion without the Visual Arts Center and the Garment Factory. So we are very open to fashion designers, fashion companies. And I'm sure that we're actually working on a program very soon, an international fashion show. Once we have more information, we are going to engage with LCCI, and also we have a booth. So if you put your email as well as your phone number and your contact address, we'll send you some of this information by email regularly. And then for recycling, so we have a Moribond recycling hub, which we are trying to resuscitate. So if there's any recycling companies, we are very much open. We are putting recycling bins across the different metropolis area within the state and trying to educate the youth and the population about the benefits of recycling. Interestingly enough, we are actually working with a youth group that are doing a recycling walk. They would educate on the benefit of recycling, and then a walk as well as a social media sensitization on recycling. For agriculture and GMO, I've already said a lot of things that we have in terms of agriculture. For the GMO, we don't have any GMO companies coming to Kwara currently because we have the resources. You don't need artificially inseminated seeds to be able to really grow anything in Kwara. And also we have done sensitization based on the agenda of the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Remi Tinubu, in terms of grow your own food. So the Ministry of Agriculture, at least last year, had given care packages to various homes and various women on how to grow food internally within their house as well, and the benefit of organic farming. For assurance for business opportunities, so basically the state is open. We need investments to come in, and we are very serious about this. In addition as well, we are part of the SABA program in terms of ease of doing business. So most of the agendas as well as the criteria for businesses to come into the state have already been put in our Kwara Investment Agency, and any challenges whatsoever, the ministry is fast and we're on ground for anything that the business users might need. It's important to say that we're also very big on AI, and we are working on an AI program that is coming very soon, maybe around November, an AI conference. So please, you're welcome to come.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think my own is just straightforward for the GMO program he mentioned. My sister, she already made mention of the LPRES program, which is a World Bank program that set to bridge gap in terms of R&D. What we do more special to that as a state, we try to strengthen R&D research and development programs, and not just to bring external experts to be able to build internal capacity in the state. And we have lots more in terms of agriculture. We have about 1,000 training of extension workers to be able to really know the in-depth thing about the seed we are growing. Anything that comes into the state, we have to take it into the lab to do some testing to protect not just the food, to protect the environment, because the E system, we said in the HEART program, the E stands for environment equally. So the environment, standing for environment, it means, you know, the waste wealth management program, how we can combat our waste program. We take into cognizance the SDGs goal into, you know, consideration, where we can do the things we do without harming the environment. And the GMO seed, oftentimes, yeah, they can give you higher yields, but in turns, they ended up damaging the environment. So we have a very robust system created by His Excellency in terms of R&D system. So when you come to the state, you will be guided accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you so much. I must confess, this session has been very robust, very robust. The President will make capping statement, but I like Omoba Abimbola Olashore to tell us something regarding what has been said so far. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. This has been quite illuminating from our perspective. The first thing I'll say is Kwara State. I must congratulate the state on building a well-diversified economy there. Initially, when I talk about Kwara, we all knew about the farming, the livestock, and that area. And I was pleasantly surprised when we were opening our own Lagos Chamber Innovation Hub. And we were told that the largest innovation hub, I think in West Africa, is located in Ilorin. So you could clearly see the transition you get it, into now tapping into really the modern era. You spoke about healthcare, spoke about hospitality, spoke about solid minerals. So that is showing us that you are really laying the ground for a well-diversified economy, and I was quite impressed with the responses on some of the issues. For Bauchi State, again, this is a state that is also showing us so many things that we did not know about. The ease of doing business, that you are now number 4 in the country, will really help you. When you look at investors, they are more concerned about risk-adjusted returns. So while sometimes you can be saying, I have the highest returns, and investors say, what is the risk that is involved? So working on ease of doing business is obviously reducing the risk, and will clearly, obviously, attract investors to your state. So what just needs to happen, and I love what you've done, you're taking advantage of platforms like this for the whole world to know exactly what is going on in those states. As we all heard, especially during the presentation from Uganda, once you have transportation links and people can visit, 90% of our problems are solved. People should not be taking decisions based on what they read online. They must actually go and visit. So again, the links to Bauchi, I think I made that point before. I've been to Bauchi, I've been to Yankari Game Reserve. So they all know there's an airstrip there. But now that there's really now commercial flights, it will make a lot of difference. So again, it's just for me now to say, take advantage of the platforms provided by Lagos Chamber. You've done this. Bauchi, you have your investment forum coming up in October. I'm sure people will come. But more especially, I'll also advise you to also be part of the trade fair that we are holding in November. That's also very important. It will build on this. I think it's probably the largest fair in Sub-Saharan Africa, in which you have the largest congregation of people that have come and see the opportunities that are abound in Nigeria. So again, we are quite pleased that quite a number of state governments have taken advantage. We tell people our international fair is not just about Lagos, it's really about Nigeria. So again, is to let all the state governments know, please take advantage of such platforms. We've had wonderful news from Kwara State and Bauchi State today, but I think that news needs to be propagated. More people must hear about what is going on within our subnationals. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I know as our father, you have a comment.
Thank you. I'll quickly run through my comments. But first, the 2 states. Kwara State. I was in Kwara about 2 months ago. A month or so. 56% of the cabinets of Kwara State are women. The vast majority of the cabinets are in the age range of our honorable commissioner sitting down here. When you sit with the cabinets of Kwara State, it's a clear expression of a youth-led state. Ilorin is 30 minutes by flight from Lagos, 30 minutes from Abuja. Another very surprising discovery that Ilorin is both 30 minutes flight from Lagos and 30 minutes flight from Abuja. And so it's an eye-opener, as Prince Olashoya has said. A lot of us have found out a lot of things in the Ilorin hub. It's powered by 632 solar panels, 632 solar panels with giant lithium batteries that are as big as transformers. So when I went there, I was like, am I in Nigeria or something? and that hub has been listed in the international cluster of hubs. I think it's number 4 in Nigeria now. Worldwide, number 4 in Nigeria, 60 or thereabouts worldwide. I'm just running through some key statistics to give you a sense of what's going on outside Lagos. And Bauchi, the first time I got to know that Bauchi is a state that doesn't have IDPs. Many of you know that unwanted thing called IDPs. The only state that I have been able to see the North that doesn't have IDPs, which means somehow in the midst of all this security drama we have in the North, you have a state that has a way to handle it. So I'm just running through because there's lack of time. And to say to our friend from Washington, DC, our Director of International Relations is somewhere in the room. She's going to organize what you want to be organized. That's what we do. That's what we do all the time. And we can't wait to do missions into America. Sometimes America have put themselves in a situation, but we do 2 big missions to one of the biggest competitors of America. And we're quite happy to do missions. And if we can get visas, except only Nigerians who have visas now that can go there. But if you are ready, we are more than ready. We have a structure that does a large number of outbound missions everywhere, and we receive inbound missions everywhere. And if America is ready, we are ready. It's for America to be ready. Nigeria is more than ready, and it's up to America to decide if you want to be part of where Nigeria is going. That is really the fact of the matter. Nigeria is not waiting for America to sort out itself. We are moving, we are growing, and if America wants to be part of the picture, we are ready to work with America. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On that note, we would like to call this session a close, just to voice loud the voice of my elder brother, Omoba Abimbola Olashiro, that next year, Osun State and Ekiti State will be here. It's just not about dancing and stomach infrastructure. Thank you so much, sir. So let's take a step forward to, yes, beyond the dancing, we need to bring Osun and Ekiti State here. Omoba, that's a promise. Let's move closer. Okay, Deputy President, sir. Deputy President, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. We are moving very fast to the end of the day. I mentioned the other time that I have an appointment card from the Reddington Hospital here with me. Please, if you are looking for yours, please talk to me after now. I have a copy here, I think Lost but Found.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. My deputy president said I should have his commitment that Oyo, Ondo, Osun, Ekiti, all of them will be here next year. Not just about dancing, yes. Thank you so much, sir. All right, we are actually at the last session. Mr. President, this is the last session where we have the regulatory agencies here to talk about understanding the environment for investing in Nigeria. Like our friend from US is interesting to know that is ready for us, and we will explore that. So he needs to know the regulatory environment and all that it entails. So we will have to join us on this seat, on this role. We have the president seated. Please, let's sit down. We are not closing yet. Please, let's allow the commissioner to sit down, please. Please, he's not leaving for now. Please, Madam Commissioner, please. Please, let us not distract the commissioner. Our woman in the shine clothes, please, let's leave the commissioner to sit down. Now I'll begin to mention your dress now so that you know I'm actually talking to you. Yes, thank you so much. Please, if you're around the commissioner, please go and sit down. You are distracting us here. Please, let's leave the commissioner alone. She's not leaving now. Thank you. All right. I mentioned the other time when he came that he's one Nigerian that we must begin to thank and his team for doing what they have done. He's here with us today. It's a privilege to have him with us. He's been seated here in the last 3 hours or so. Please put your hands together to welcome my brother and friend, Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform. Please, let's clap for him. I assured him the other time that nothing will happen to him. In his interview, he was telling us something, but nothing will happen to you. Don't worry. Nigerians are praying for you just as your wife is. Please have your seat. Thank you so much. Nothing will happen. Welcome. Next to sit with Mr. Taiwo is the representative of the Director General of Raw Material Research and Development Council from Abuja. Put your hands together for Alhaji Muhammad Adamu. Let's put your hands together for Alhaji. Alhaji Adamu. Is it in? Okay, Alhaji. Thank you. Please, let's clap for Alhaji, please. Thank you, sir. Also, to join us as a regulator on this role is the representative of the Director General of SON. We announced our arrival the other time, Mrs. Ayebulem Justina, Director of Marketing, representing the Director General of SON. Let's put hands together for Mrs. Justina, please. Please, let's clap for her. Thank you, ma'am. Also, we have the Safiyat, right? Safiyat Usman, Deputy Director, Investment Promotion Commission. Is she here? Please, let's put hands together for her. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Please, let's clap for her so well. So I will change my seat small so I don't park all my beautiful women on one side. Sir, please, you can sit down here, Safia. Please come, sir. So I don't, please be here. Yes. So I don't want to park all my women on one side. We are not in the mosque. We are, thank you. Last but not least is the representative of the DG of NAFDAC. We have with us Sanwo-Olu Oluwaseyi, Deputy Director, Export. Let's put hands together for her. All the way. Yes, thank you. We're not clapping for her. I think I tried now. Instead of packing all my women, beautiful women, one side. Yes, it has to be balanced. All right, so we will begin from the beginning. I know if you give him the whole day, we will not be tired. His depth of analysis is awesome. Please put your hands together for my brother and friend, Taiwo Oyedele, to tell us the environment regarding tax and all that we should know as an investor or as investors here today. Put your hands together for Mr. Taiwo, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the LCCI for inviting me, and a very good afternoon to all our delegates, including international delegates, government officials, investors, ladies and gentlemen. I have a flight to catch, so I may have to leave at some point. Apologies. I was told initially I would be speaking around past 12. My brother is right. If you give me the whole day, it will not be enough to tell you about the reform story. But I think we can also keep it brief and speak to what is most important for this audience. It is clear to us that to be able to attract investments, you must be able to compete. Capital does not know tribe, it does not know colors, it's blind to religion, it's not even patriotic. Capital is just looking for risk-adjusted returns, and I think someone said it before. So we have to be deliberate as a country to ensure that we are competitive locally, we are competitive regionally, and we are competitive globally. Since I've been here for the past few hours, I've heard particularly the last panel, quite impressive. I was glad myself to see that some of the subnationals are going out of their ways to make their domains, territories attractive, not only for investors, but even for their own people. Because at the end of the day, it's about the people. But there have been also some, presentations I've listened to and I'm not impressed. I need to be honest with you. One of the things we have to do better is using data. Use data. Don't just tell us everything is fine. Don't tell us you can clear your goods quickly. So people are saying that it's taking time to get things out of the ports. We can't come and say it's not the case. That's the experience they are living. We must ensure that we can build trust, and trust is earned. It cannot be legislated. So what I'll tell you about the tax reforms are three very important things. The first one is the tax reforms are pro-people, because we know at the end of the day, the reason why you have governments, it's because of the social contract. And the social contract is that covenant between the people and their leaders to make sure that their lives are better today than the previous day, every other day. One of the things we found with the tax system is we're taxing our poorest people. We're promoting inequality, and there wasn't fairness in the system, and we needed to address that. And whatever I'm telling you today, we have in those new tax laws, and we have data to support them. We also ensure that the tax reforms are pro-investments. We found out that our existing system, we were taxing investment and capital upfront. You want to invest $1 million and we add taxes to it for you. You're not even sure whether you will find customers yet. By so doing, we're increasing the business risk for businesses. We're making it less attractive for people to invest in Nigeria. If you look at the FDI, foreign direct investment numbers, they're not impressive at all. I know we're coming from a place where it was almost going to be a total collapse of the economy before the reform started. Some of the comparison that people do in Nigeria today, they get it completely wrong. When you say how much is a bag of rice today, and you say how much was a bag of rice 2 years ago, you're getting it mixed up completely. That's apples and mangoes. The right question to ask is how much is a bag of rice today with the reforms? And how much would a bag of rice today would have been without the reforms? How much is a liter of PMS today with the reforms? How much would it have been without the reforms? And I can tell you authoritatively, we'll be lucky to still have a country where you can find fuel today without the reforms. You'll be lucky to be able to get a bag of rice for 200,000 naira if we did not do the reforms. Given the reforms have been painful, but they were the right decisions to make for our country. And the macro numbers are moving in the right direction. What we need to do is to accelerate how we transform those macro outcomes into micro results for everyday Nigerian and the investors. So we're at a point now where we have the external reserve at over $40 billion, and the net is over $23 billion. But that external reserve is expensive because the bulk of it is foreign portfolio investments. We're holding it down with more than 20% interest rates. Imagine we can replace that with foreign direct investment. That is patient capital. It does not ask you for interest. We can then save a lot more for development. This is why we have been very intentional with the reforms to be pro-investments. We have removed the taxes you have to pay upfront on your capital. We have removed something like minimum tax where businesses are making losses and we say they must still pay taxes and they end up paying taxes out of their capital. It's one of the fastest ways to kill a dying business. We have ensured that businesses can now get input credit on their assets. You set up a factory, you set up an innovation center, you buy laptops, iPads, softwares, hardwares, you can get all the input VAT back, thereby reducing your investment costs and reducing your investment risk. We also ensure that even small businesses and startups, because I saw from the program for this Invest Nigeria, that there's a lot of focus also on startups. We have deliberate incentives we have developed for startups and small businesses. Some of them include priority sector incentives, where you can do business for up to 10 years and not have to pay corporate income tax. Of course, for small businesses, which is usually the case for a lot of startups, you have your corporate income tax at 0%, provided your turnover does not exceed a certain threshold. So I told you it's pro-people, I told you it's pro-investment, and the last one I'll tell you before I take my seat is the reforms are pro-development. As a country, over the past 10 years, we've had very mild and low GDP growth rates, but on the average, it's been positive. Despite that, if you look at 10 years ago, we're close to about $600 billion. Today, we're under $300 billion. So in dollar terms, our economy has been declining over the past 10 years. That is not development. With that, you can't lift people out of poverty. Our per capita income is lower today than it was 10 years ago. We have to reverse that. And we have to find a way to do it in a way that is sustainable, not making 2 steps forward and 3 steps backwards. To be able to do that, we have to look at what are those reforms we must introduce. One, to get out of the way of people wanting to do business, to get out of the way of the ordinary person who just wants to succeed, to get out of the way of the person who wants to compete regionally and globally. Some of the reforms we've done, one, is to attract headquarters location into Nigeria. Why is it that if you want to invest in Africa, the natural thing that comes to mind is you say, how about Nigeria? Until they begin to answer your questions about the investment climate. And then you start asking again, maybe we can go to Kenya. And sometimes you even say, maybe Ghana is not too bad. If we can address those policy issues, those regulatory issues, those hurdles that we put in the way of business, naturally, investment will come into our domain. Let people set up in Nigeria and invest to the rest of Africa and invest to the rest of the world. Imagine we have multinationals today in Nigeria who earn billions of dollars from the rest of the world. We will not worry when the price of crude oil is falling in the international markets. And if we stop panicking because of the volatility of the price of crude oil, Naira will be stable. If Naira is stable, the size of our GDP will not reduce by half in 10 years when we're growing in Naira terms. So these things are connected and they're all very important. These tax laws will take effect from January next year. They're not by any stretch of imagination perfect, but I can tell you from where we're coming from, it's significant progress. What I will encourage us to do is do not look at anything in the tax reform in isolation. Look at it holistically. It's like the proverbial blind man and the elephants. If you don't know the object in front of you, you touch one aspect of it and you conclude. Maybe it's a fan, maybe it's a snake, maybe it's a spear. It turns out you were wrong because you didn't see the big picture. The big picture here is that overall, this is pro-people, pro-investment, and pro-development. And we need your help as we begin the implementation. Let us know what your priorities are. What should we prioritize? What is it that we must do differently? As we implement, we will monitor the outcomes. We have said to ourselves in my committee, and I'll close with this, that if we are homeless, and you came up with a brilliant idea of a 3D of a home, you shouldn't start celebrating because you're still homeless. The 3D for us was the idea behind the reforms. If you move a step further and you started this solid foundation of the house you want to build, you are making progress, but not to become complacent and maybe not yet to celebrate because you are still homeless. For us, the foundation is the new tax laws. The real benefit will come from when you build on it so that now you have a home. We believe that with the reforms, Nigeria is truly ready for business. And we invite everybody to come on board because the worst is behind us and we have better days ahead of us. Let not the train leave you behind. Thank you very much.
Once again, let's put hands together for my brother and friend, Taiwo Yedele. I think he needs to, okay, he's not leaving immediately, that's fine, that's good. So maybe we may have concerns or any question at all. If he's unable to answer, you may shoot to SCCI, we'll get them across to him. At our next event, I know you provide clarifications to all. Once again, thank you, Taiwo, for doing Nigerian proud. So we'd like to have, so I need to give time to this because I know there will be question and answer. Can we do 5 minutes each? Would that be possible? Just to do an opening remarks, then we'll do interaction, questions and all. So let's have first the representative of the Director General of the Raw Material Research and Development Council. You agree with me? This is very necessary at this point. Let's make a welcome for Alhaji Muhammad Adamu, who is the Director of Investment Promotion at the Council.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm here representing my DG CEO, Raw Materials Research and Development Council, Abuja. Well, without taking much of your time, I just want to state that the team understanding the regulatory environment for investing in Nigeria is particularly apt. A clear, supportive, and forward-looking regulatory environment is of the strongest enablers of sustainable industrial development. We at RMRDC will remain focused, creating an ecosystem where investors, innovators, and manufacturers can thrive by leveraging Nigerians' abundant raw material resources. I am pleased to highlight that the Council's flagship program on 30% value addition bill, which has passed the first, second, and third reading, currently receiving this legislative backing, is a key policy thrust in this direction. This initiative seeks to ensure that before export, our raw materials undergo at least 30% domestic value addition. This will not only boost industrial capacity utilization, but also catalyze job creation, enhance competitiveness of Nigerian products, and ultimately strengthen our foreign exchange earnings. In line with this, government has outlined robust tax incentives and fiscal guidelines designed to reward innovation and deepen local content development. These include tax credit for qualifying R&D expenditures to encourage firms to invest in research and innovation, investment allowances for innovation infrastructure, ensuring our industries have the capacity to modernize and grow, pioneer status for R&D intensive firms, granting them relief during the critical growth stages, duty waivers on machinery and equipment for local processing for materials, excess duty exemptions for products manufactured with locally sourced inputs, and finally, tax rebate for manufacturers using Nigerian raw materials, thereby reducing production costs and enhancing competitiveness. These measures collectively signal a strong regulatory will to support manufacturing and industrialization in Nigeria. More importantly, they reaffirm that Nigeria is open for investment, ready to reward innovation, and committed to ensure that inventors can confidently build sustainable businesses. As partners in progress, we invite the private sector to fully engage with these opportunities. Together, we can transform our raw materials into finished goods, reduce import dependence, and position Nigeria as a hub of industrial productivity in Africa. Finally, on behalf of the Raw Material Research and Development Council, I congratulate the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry for organizing this timely conference and expo. May it continue to be a platform for strategic dialogue, collaboration, and investment that will drive Nigerian industrial growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. He did that for just 5 minutes. I'm happy. We'll keep it sharp like that. Mr. Taiwo needs to leave in about 10 minutes. Please, I'll give an opportunity for one question for him, if there is any, concerning tax and all that. Maybe anything you want him to clear before he leaves. He's supposed to step out of here by, okay. Vice President Okoyemi Aminu, please, let's get him the microphone, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for the panels that we have today, and appreciating everyone for being here with us. I'm going to go straight to Mr. Taiwo, and I'll say that I'm glad when he said that when we talk, he wants us to talk a bit of data. You know, that puts, of course, things in perspective for all of us to see where we are, what we need to do more. You know, I'll commend
yourself, the Honorable Self, sir, and your committee for the good work on the tax reform. It's appreciated, because it's taking care of us. But that said, I want you to have something to take along with you, sir. Between 2014 and today, our GDP has shrunk by 56%, which you're aware of. And you mentioned something that when we talk about, we should look at what it would have been if we didn't do the reform. Yeah, I agree with you. But again, if you take what it used to be with the income, that is wages, salary, respect to what people can do with it, things are not looking good now. When the bag of rice was like was like 23,000, people were earning like $76. And today that is 58. We have the minimum of $45. Of course, this is not looking good for an average person. And if the purchasing power is not good, what it means is that our industries cannot be vibrant because the customers will not be there for them. So a lot needs to be done, because if we grow this current economy at 5%, for us to return to where we are in 2013, we're going to do 5% for the next 8 years. And what we have today is just 3-point-something%. So we really need to do a lot more. And if you ask me what we need to do, please, the government should face the industries. The question, sir. Yeah, I'm giving him something to take along, please. The industries, that's where we are. We want to see government doing a lot for the manufacturers so that this economy can actually grow at the rate that we all desire. Just something to take along, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So it was actually it's actually a comment, not really a question for him. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very good comment that you have made. And I do agree in terms of the purchasing power and the income of the people. The reality is that things are harder today than they have been before. But just to put it in proper context, some of the things we've done in the new tax laws is to look at, and we use concrete data to look at the income level of Nigerian households. You'd be surprised that 1/3 of all workers, private and public sector combined, don't even earn up to 100,000 naira a month. So how do you survive with 100,000 naira a month when you have 1 or 2 people to take care of in addition to yourselves? So middle class as well struggling. So we decided that we would eliminate the personal income tax for the low income, we'll reduce it for middle class, and increase it marginally for the high income earners. So the idea behind that is, while the tax reform will not give you extra money by increasing your salary, it can increase your net pay. When your net pay is enhanced from January, you will see the amount to collect on a monthly basis is more. On the other hand, we also said, what are the basic things you need to consume? Of course, number one is food. Then you need shelter, you need education, you need healthcare and transportation. We also decided to remove VAT completely, not only from the products, in the case of food, health and education, we remove it from the entire value chain. So for example, if I'm selling bread today, because the laws have not taken effect, bread is VAT exempt. What it means is when you sell bread to the customer, don't charge them VAT. But you know that the baker who produced the bread had to buy so many things. Many of them have VAT. You know, the bakery itself, you know, you buy sugar, there's VAT. You also have to buy oil, the vehicle to transport around, the phone, the airtime to call your customer. All the VAT, you have to bear it. But what do you think the baker will do? He's not a stupid person. He will add those costs to the cost of producing bread. When you're buying the bread, you don't see VAT, but there's hidden VAT in it. What we have done is to change the status of that bread from exempt to what we call zero rated. Zero rated means don't charge VAT when you're selling it, or you can charge at 0%, but any VAT you've incurred to produce that bread, government will refund you. That's what we're going to see from January. This is huge. It will help the ordinary Nigerian to have a little bit more income and be able to afford basic needs a little bit more. That will not solve all the problem, but we've started the journey with that. And when you have more purchasing power, industry will sell more. You'll be able to grow, employ more people. My view, honestly, is that we have started that journey. And I did not say it because I was trying to be prophetic. The worst is truly behind us. If we can sustain the reforms and remain sincere, humble, and open, growth will come and growth will be sustained. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Taiwo. I know we wish you well as you travel back to Abuja, hopefully. Thank you so much. Thank you. I've also been told that some of our representatives here also may be flying to Abuja very soon, so we're going to keep it short. They have agreed that in less than 5 minutes they will make their presentations. Then we ask questions where need be. I just want to urge that as they come to present, please let's pen the questions down. Just 1 or 2 questions for each of them. So we're going to have the representative of the Standard Organization of Nigeria, SON, our sister, Mrs. Ayebule Josina. Let's put hands together for her for 5-minute presentation.
Mr. President, sir, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. I'm here on behalf of the Director General, Standards Organization of Nigeria, Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwunonso Okeke, to present a paper titled The Role of Standards Organization of Nigeria with regards to investment in Nigeria. The Standards Organization of Nigeria plays a crucial role in facilitating investment by ensuring a predictable and reliable business environment, by establishing and enforcing standards for both locally produced and imported goods. SON creates a level playing field investors. 1, develop and enforce Nigerian industrial standards, NIS, across various sectors. This includes mandatory certification program like the Mandatory Conformity Assessment Program, that is MANCAP, for local products, and the Standards Organization of Nigeria Conformity Assessment Program, SONCAP, for imports, by ensuring products meet specific quality benchmarks. SON helps Nigeria goods become more competitive, both locally and internationally. This improves the overall quality of products available in the market, making it an attractive destination for investors. Safeguarding consumer and investor confidence. A major deterrent for investors is a market flooded with substandard products. SON actively works to combat this by preventing the influx of substandard goods through the SONCAP program. Imported goods are verified and tested before they arrive in Nigeria. This protects local market from being used as a dumping ground for poor quality items. Enforcing standards. SON conducts regular market surveillance and inspections to ensure that products sold meet the required standards. Substandard or fake products are destroyed, which sends a clear message to would-be fraudsters and reassures legitimate investors that their products will not face unfair competition. These actions not only safeguard consumer health and safety, but also protect the brand reputation for business that invest in quality productions, facilitating trade and reducing risk. Sunworks simplify processes for investors by providing a clear and consistent regulatory framework. This reduces uncertainty and risk. The organization provides advisory services and training to help businesses comply with standards, which minimizes potential delays and penalties. By ensuring that products meet international standards, SUN also makes it easier for Nigerian businesses to export their products, thereby boosting further and attracting investment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. I'll see behind dealing with my colleagues on something. All right, so we're going to have next to talk to us is the Nigerian Export Promotion Commission. No, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission. Put your hands together for our sister Usman. Thank you. For 5 minutes. I know she will spend less than 5 minutes. She's been telling me of our flights.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, especially our host, President. Thank you very much for this gathering. My name is Sefia Usman. I'm representing my organization and I'm sending greetings from the Executive Secretary, CEO of Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission. She would have loved to be here for this special gathering because like I told Mr. President earlier on, they made our job very easy for us. So the more the merrier and investment promotion space, the better for us because we can't have enough investment promoters. All Nigerians here are investment promotion officers. I want to believe that we all have our role to play in making investment our duty to promote investment in Nigeria. Whether you find yourself as a security man, a cleaner, even a driver, wherever you interact with people, especially foreigners, you should project a good image of Nigeria so that it will be welcoming to investors. Having said that, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission is the apex government agency mandated to promote, encourage, facilitate, and lure investors into Nigeria. Having said that, every other thing we are doing here today, the whole onus rests on NIPC to make sure that it is actualized. What I mean by being actualized is we have to provide a mechanism to make sure that investors find Nigeria worthy. They find Nigeria an investment heaven. They find Nigeria safe for their investments. That is our job. It's a tough job, but at Investment Promotion, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, we find it, what would I say? A honor to do that because Nigeria is a bride now and is being courted worldwide because we have the resources, we have the people, we have what it takes to make investment thrive. Nigeria, of course, for the benefit of our foreigners here, foreign investors, our friends, is, of course, you know, the capital is in Abuja. We all know that we have over 330 million population. And of course, we have our exchange rate, which of course, you know, is a bit stable now, but we still have it at, give or take, 1,600 to a dollar. And of course, you know that our currency is a Nigerian naira. And our GDP is for 2025 now we have US dollar 188 as our GDP. Number of states, 36 states, and the FCT is the capital. Why invest in Nigeria? You want to invest in Nigeria because it's strategically located and it has a market, and in the West African sub-region is the market. Because if you situate your business in Nigeria, you can be sure that you're not only having the 220 million population as your market, you're also having the West African region of over 450 million people as your market. So having a business located in Nigeria is going to have, you're going to have your return on investment quicker than you know. And of course, why invest in Nigeria also is because investors enjoy 100% ownership. You can own your business 100% if you are a foreign investor. This means that your investment, you can also repatriate your profit 100%, and you are safe from nationalization. That means your investment cannot be seized if in the event that it is conflicting with federal government or security concerns, you'll be duly compensated. So your investments are free from protected from nationalization. And also, the population of Nigeria is projected to hit over 400 million, which is going to be like the third largest global population by 2050. So you want to be in Nigeria. You want to be in Nigeria. And of course, the median age of Nigeria youth is like 18.1 years old. So we have one of the largest youthful population in the world. If you are thinking of vibrant, innovative, agile population, Nigeria is where you want to be. And Nigeria is also rich in natural resources. We have a lot of natural resources, about 44 minerals. That is the one that is in commercial quantity. And I'm not even talking of the ones that are even yet to be discovered. So in terms of natural resources, we have huge deposit of minerals. And of course, exceptionally resilient economy. We heard from Mr. Taiwo about the tax. So it's no little wonder that we don't, most times a lot of countries go into recession, but we always come out of it quicker because we have vibrant people like Mr. Taiwo who are always looking at the economy and making sure that we are resilient. We fall, and when we stand back on our feet. Tax holidays and duty waivers attract a lot of investors. We have very, very mouth-watering tax incentives to offer investors. Over 20 billion diaspora remittances. So this is a huge ecosystem to support foreign investment. It's supposed to be a PowerPoint, but unfortunately we don't have, so I'm going to rush through most of it. Key investment opportunities, of course, I'm not going to bother you with a lot of statistics. If you want more information, of course, you can contact the NIPC. Our website is www.nipc.gov.ng. We have agro-allied and agro-processing. I mean, Kwara State, Bauchi, they've spoken a lot about that. We have metals and solid mineral products, oil and gas, construction, and light manufacturing. In agribusiness, we are making a lot of is one of the priority sectors in Nigeria because, of course, you know, agriculture employs over 75% of our population, and government now is trying to encourage the youth by making it more attractive for youth to go into agriculture. And of course, we have film and entertainment industry, India. I think we can collaborate more in the film industry with Bollywood and Nollywood. We have been doing that, but we can do more on that space. Digital and creative economy is another huge investment opportunity space where we have tech-enabled creative startups for global distribution. And then we have digital content creation platforms and monetization channels. Fashion design, Kwara State mentioned something like that. I mean, we are creating waves worldwide, globally in the fashion design space, and investors might need to come in quickly. And laws regulating businesses in Nigeria, we have the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC Act 1995 sets it up, and this enables us to give to attract responsible, inclusive, balanced and sustainable investment. We call it RIBS in NIPC. So we want to make sure that we attract investments that are responsible. We want to employ our people. We want to create, we want to add value to our exports. So we want investments that will set up in Nigeria and do all these things, not just portfolio. We're not looking for trading. Well, trading, yes, but I mean, we want investors to really set up, because if you don't set up in Nigeria, the bandwagon will leave you behind and then you'll be regretting why you didn't do that. You can ask the Econets of this world. Companies and Allied Matters Act, that's for CAC, you have to set up business you have to first register your business with the CAC if you want to start business in Nigeria. And a host other NAFDAC, we have the CAC, NAFDAC, SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria. All these are regulatory bodies that facilitate investment, and we have them in the One-Stop Investment Center in NIPC, about 27 government agencies under one roof. We call it the One-Stop Investment Center to reduce bureaucracy and shorten the time of doing business in Nigeria. So that's why I said NIPC is your first port of call if you are doing business in Nigeria, because we reduce bureaucracy, we shorten the time of business registrations. And investment incentives, I'll just point out the one that is directly being handled by NIPC, which is the Pioneer Status Incentive. This Pioneer Status Incentive allows investors to access what we call PSI, it gives you 3 to 5 years tax holiday. 3 years in the first instance and another 2 years. So NIPC works with other agencies like FIRS, and then we administer such incentive to investors. Of course, duty waivers on importation, customs, and they've already talked about that, I'm sure. So, and the green bonds, which is now the baby, and the green bonds, which provide financial incentives to encourage investment in renewable energy. So, steps for starting business in Nigeria: you have to register with the CAC, pay stamp duties through the Federal Inland Revenue. You have to obtain the TIN and register with NIPC, apply for business permit and expatriate quota with the immigration. Of course, they'll be the ones to do that for you. And like I said, we have them on the One-Stop Investment Center in NIPC. You also apply for to obtain relevant sector licenses like the NAFDAC, the SON, and the Nigerian Communication Commission in terms of ICT. Power. Business facilitation, that's the One-Stop One-Stop Investment Center that I mentioned earlier. They facilitate business through direct shortening service delivery time, and it simplifies administrative procedures and ensures transparency in business entry. You don't fall into the hands of what we call 419 and scammers. So, and it also improves ease of doing business in Nigeria. And of course, it improves FDI, and of course, make sure that we get value for what we really want out of FDI in Nigeria. Of course, I would like to mention here that for us in NIPC, we do hand-holding from the point of arrival to the point of departure. We hand-hold you, we arrange meetings for you. It's like you think of you're going to a country where you don't know anybody, and NIPC is there, and it makes you smile all the way, because we ensure that you do your business in Nigeria seamless. So please, when you think of Nigeria, think of NIPC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, man. I'm sure you don't want to dash me your laptop, so that NIPC won't come to arrest me. All right, thank you so much. So we'll take all the questions at once. Please just spend them like one question for each of them. But we'll allow our sister from NAFDAC. You know, when I saw this name, I'm like, okay, Awalokon. Put your hands together for Sanwo-Olu Oluwaseyi from NAFDAC.
Good afternoon, everyone. The President, LICC, dignitaries seated, investors, MDAs, permit me to stand on the already existing protocol. Yeah, I bring greetings from the DG NAFDAC, Professor Christina Mojisola Adeyeye, who is not able to make it today. And we are here to give our own part in the ecosystem in enabling investment and business flow in the nation. Of course, we all know the mandates of the agency, which is to regulate and control the importation, exportation, manufacturing, use, distribution, and sales of food, drugs, cosmetics, medical devices, which we call regulated products. Of course, I want to say a big thank you to LCCI. We don't expect less from them, being the first Chamber of Commerce in West Africa. You are doing a great job. Please continue and don't relent on your oars. Okay, for NAFDAC, what's NAFDAC? What's our objective of regulation and control in the space of trade facilitation? First and foremost is to guarantee safety and quality, promote fair trade, provide the enabling environment for trade, facilitate network and synergy, promote exports with comparative advantage, and of course, internalize global best practices. I would want to jump some things there just to be able to make up for time. What are the regulatory frameworks supporting trade with regard to the mandates of the agency? First and foremost, we have harmonization. We harmonize we have harmonization with international and national standards. We talk about WHO, GBT benchmarking. We talk about Codex Alimentarius standards. We talk about the new single window that the country is actually building, because the agency has all our processes already electronically in place and digitalized. So we are being able to key into the new national single window. And we look at the NHIS standards. So whatever we are doing in Nigeria, we don't only look at the standards of the country, we also try to ensure that we meet with the standards of the trading partners. Of course, simplification of export procedures. I'm the head of exports under port inspection in NAFDAC. We have procedures whereby we have your current GMP for registered products. We say 48 working hours, your certificate for export is good to go, because we don't need to take your product to the lab to test all the time, because your GMP is current. And for semi-processed products, we issue what we call health certificate, provided your GHP inspection is conducted and the laboratory analysis is actually at zero cost to the exporters or intending exporters. Please take cognizance of this and let's see how we can actually make our exportation better. And of course, streamlining approved processes for new products and renewals. Of course, we create a special pathway for registration of MSME products. What am I saying? For MSMEs, the documentation required is limited. The number of workers they need is limited. And the facility, you can actually produce in your kitchenettes. You can actually have just one single room and you produce and your product is registered. And I always tell people that come to my office, I tell them, do it locally, get it right first before you think of going international or global trade. Quickly, I want to look at the regulatory initiatives to facilitate investment. The first thing is registration and marketing authorization. Once you have your product registered, anywhere your product is good to go. Of course, we all know whatever it's a regulated product under the purview of NAFDAC, you check for the NAFDAC registration number. And now we have what we call the Green Book, scan to verify. The Green Book is a list that shows you products. We started with drugs, with medical devices, where you can check the status of the product you're about to buy or you're about to use, and you are sure that what you are taking is of great safety. And of course, decentralization of product registration to zones who undertake registration and other procedures that the agency provide. And that means wherever you are in all the states of Nigeria, you can actually register your product. You can do your export processes because it's on the single window trade portal, and you can have your certificate at the confines of your office because you print it out and you are good to go. And of course, this is very, very important. Implementation of the 5+5 policy. Please, I want to encourage us to go on the website. Go and read all these things. It's a very user-friendly website. 5+5 policy for our investors locally and internationally means for a product, basically for now drugs, that has been registered for 5 years in Nigeria, and we have done our research. We know Nigeria has the capacity to produce all these products. What do? After the first 5 years of registration, when you are coming back for renewal of your certificate, we encourage you, and it's important that you partner with a Nigerian company, you collaborate with them, whereby you can manufacture the product locally and thereby improving and encouraging to it. And because of this, NAFDAC also has what we call the ceiling list. The ceiling list means some products are on the ceiling, which means you cannot import them into Nigeria because we want to build the local capacity of our industries. And we also key in also into the custom, the nation's prohibition list. So some of these things are on the prohibition list, some are NAFDAC sealed. So this information are available for us. Please avail yourself of all this information on our portal, and this is good to go. And of course, we have what we call the fast track processes. Nigeria Customs Services have some clients, some stakeholders, some importers that that are pulled out as under fast track scheme. The same thing with NAFDAC. If you are a compliant client, we enable you to take your product or consignment from the port to your warehouse where other processes of inspection or sampling is being conducted. And this limits the time you actually use in the back and at the port. And this enables ease of doing business in the country. And of course, we do conditional release. And we have clients in the export portal. We use PITCAMS. Everything is digitalized. That we call priority clients. If you are a compliant client, then you can assess and process some things on your own, which other stakeholders might not be able to do, because you have been compliant and you have low risk to the country and to our processes as well. And of course, we conduct what we call pharmacovigilance activities, which enable us to mitigate risk and challenges of products that are being brought in post-market operation. And of course, NAFDAC, WHO laboratory certified certification of a laboratory. Any product that is tested in our lab, you can be sure that it can go beyond the shores of this country. We have ISO 172.5/2017 certification of our laboratories. And also, we have quality management system in place in all our processes in the agency. And for the Algeria export product, already we have applications coming in. And yesterday, I had to ensure that we treated at least 2 for those who are going for this exhibition. And for our MSMEs exports, like I said, there are 5 certificates of export that NAFDAC issues. And for those export certificates that we issue, we've not have any of our products that come back that have been rejected, because the DG has a zero tolerance for reject. And that is where the country is going, zero tolerance for reject. And so I want to encourage a commissioner from Bauchi State, from Kwara State, that please, for value addition to the products that you have in-house, and for us to be able to create a hub for the MSMEs, and for them to be able to export, NAFDAC is willing and ready to collaborate with us. And I want us to work together and make this to work better. And in going forward, I will not say there are no challenges. There are always challenges in any system, in any product. None is 100% perfect. We look forward to improving our processes. We look forward to having feedback from our clients. We look forward to continual improvement and to engage us better and to see how we can serve you better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sanwo-Olu Oluwaseyi, thank you. I know you are looking at me behind you. This man wants to take the microphone. If I leave you with it, we'll be at it tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. What I would just say is that almost all of our regulatory agencies representative here, have one flight or the other to catch. And I have their permission to say, please drop your questions to our email, scci@lagoschamber.com. We'll get them forward to them and get you personalized response. That's the assurance I have from them, and I need us to do that. SCCI@lagoschamber.com. Just address the question to NAFDAC, to this. We'll get them sorted out, and we'll get you responses. Once again, thank you so much. I like, Mr. President, in case, just for 1 or 2 comments before we wrap this up.
Thank you. Thank you to all the regulators and the agencies, security agencies that are here. The only thing I have to say, which I always say to regulatory agencies, is that dead companies don't pay tax. Dead companies don't create jobs. So our regulators have to understand that we want to create jobs for the 100 million young people that are growing up. Our companies have to thrive, and our regulators have to have that at the back of their minds. In the way regulation is designed, the way it is implemented. And what my continuous appeal to regulators is this must go down the hierarchy of the people who work in regulatory agencies. That this must go around the regulators, the people who work in regulatory agencies. Our children, our grandchildren need jobs. Those jobs will not happen if companies cannot survive. If they are constrained and frustrated by the way regulatory reforms or implementation or processes are done, those jobs will not be created. So that's my story. Thank you.
Dead companies don't ever create jobs. Thank you so much. Mr. President, we'd like to take a group photograph with you. Thereafter, we'll have a vote of thanks from the Director General of the Lagos Chamber, closing this 2025 Invest Nigeria officially. Then we'll all move with the President to the exhibition hall to see those things we have there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma. Thank you. Yes, you are blessed. To thank all of our regulatory agents. Okay. She wants to join, yes. So where will she be now? Yeah? Okay, man. Thank you so much to all of our regulatory agencies and all the participants. But the vote of thanks is far beyond my pay grade. Please put your hands together for the Director General of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry for a vote of thanks as we officially close 2025 Invest Nigeria. Put your hands together for my DG, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, please put your hands together for yourselves. On behalf of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I stand here before you today with a heart full of gratitude. I'm so grateful that we've come to the end of these 2 days. First and foremost, I want to thank Almighty God for making it possible for us to be here, to have the conversations that we've had in these 2 days. I also want to thank our partners who supported this process. I have a list, but before I read the list, just to say, as you step out of the auditorium, you have there in front of you all those who worked with us, who believed in us, and put resources together for this event to be successful. And I have a list of them. So I have the Central Bank of Nigeria, Kwara State, ICO Capital, Linkage Assurance PLC, Pex Gray Group, the OPTS, Anchor Insurance, and Aero Contractors. Please put your hands together for them. I also have some participating agencies, mainly those who spoke to us today. So the National Agency for Food, Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, of which I'm a member of, the Standard Organizations of Nigeria, SON, Nigeria Investment Promotion Council, Raw Material Research and Development Council, Nigerian Customs Service, Nigeria Immigration Service, and Nigeria Export Processing Zone Authority. Please put your hands together for these agencies. This year, someone met me at the back and said, this year's event is so much better than last year. And I agreed with her. This year, we had about 24 countries with us in these 2 days. And I'll just read out the country so that we can appreciate the vast amount of resources that we had in these 2 days, the kind of conversation and potential linkages that we could take out of this event. So we have Germany, Rwanda, in no particular order, Ethiopia, Algeria, Turkey, Ireland, Tanzania, Thailand, Ghana, United States of America, India, Indonesia, Uganda, Italy, Equatorial Guinea, Brazil, Austria, Spain, Burkina Faso, Norway, Angola, South Africa, China, and UAE. If you haven't heard your country, please can you wave? I think I've called all the countries, about 24 of them. Please put your hands together. And we believe that next year, we'll have more countries participating in this investment summit. So the LCCI International Business Conference has come to an end. And we also must appreciate the Eco Hotel and Suites. They gave a lot of concessions for us to use this hall and their facilities. I think I spoke too soon. No? So we thank them all the same for being accommodating these 2 days that we have been here. I want to say thank you to everyone for bearing with us, for being here. But I want to give you a challenge that in these 2 days, we've had several conversations, but we don't want to leave it as just talk, just conversation. We want to move to action. So I'm hoping that following these 2 days, that we'll come back with deals that we have signed, opportunities that we have found, and that when we go to the Expo Center, we'll also be able to take away from here. We do not want this to end just at this level. We want to see action. Like the president said in his closing remarks, that debt companies don't pay taxes, don't employ people. And so we want to believe that your companies that are here must take advantage of the resources available, must leverage in order to leapfrog for a greater tomorrow. I thank you so much. And I will say, God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless all the countries here. And God bless all of you who came. I wish you all the best for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. McDonald, Egu Chidima, your ATM card is here. McDonald, Egu Chidima, your ATM card, First Bank ATM card is here. The only thing you need to give me is just the password to it. Yes, if you don't want it anymore. Your Reddington appointment card is also here. I don't want to mention the name. If you are looking for yours, it's here. Please meet me. You may also give me the code for the ATM for proper usage. Once again, thank you so much. We'd like to go to the exhibition hall. I'm told we have light refreshment. Please, can we take the national anthem for a close? I've just been reminded, national anthem for a close. National anthem, please.